love our teachers.
And we want to say thank you to all the teachers.
Thank you, teachers.
They're kind, helpful, and nice.
Thanks for teaching us.
We love our teachers.
Thank you, all my teachers. I love you.
Thank you, Miss Aubrey.
Thank you, Miss Muller, for helping me throughout the school year.
Hola, maestros. Gracias por enseñarnos por Zoom. I love you, Miss Kenneth.
Thank you, Mrs. Clapp.
谢谢老师帮我们在家里学习。
I wanted to thank my teacher, Miss Sheila, because she told us really funny dog stories.
Thank you to all my teachers for everything they do for me.
Thank you, teachers.
Thank you, teachers, for teaching me on Zoom.
I really appreciate your hard work and dedication. Please stay safe.
Thank you to all the amazing teachers out there for everything you do. We love you.
Thanks for my Zoom meetings, Mrs. Simon.
Wow, wasn't that a great tribute? On behalf of Zoom, all our parents, our students, and our employees, I'd like to thank all the teachers out there and all the helpers, all the school leaders and all the professionals, all the IT support, and everyone who support students around the world to help inspire and shape them. Welcome to Zoom Academy. We have a great 2 days planned for you. And before we get started, I just want to share a few notes about the event. One is we are live streaming the event. So you can come back later on and continue to watch or take training and also earn a badge. Two, we want you to get social. We have a live chat going on, and that live chat will allow you to ask questions and make comments. And then afterwards, we have set up some lounges for you, some teachers' lounges, school administrator lounges, to help you stay connected and to communicate with each other and with us. And then lastly, if you want to get social on LinkedIn or YouTube or whatever, you can use the hashtag ZoomEDU. So before we get started, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the 2 days. Today, we have 4 panels, and we have some great speakers and great content to help you get ready to go back to school. Our first panel is going to be Teach Anywhere. And this is where we brought together professionals to talk about how you're going back to school in the fall. What are the plans? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? Our second panel will be about Learn Anywhere, and that's where we're going to discuss what are some of the best ways that you can think about engaging with students, improving the engagement with students, but also improve the learning experience. We really want you to be ready for the fall. And then the third panel is about connecting. How do you connect with Zoom outside the classroom? How do you connect with your teachers, other teachers, your students, your parents, your community at large? And then lastly, the last panel will be about our commitment, Zoom's commitment to education. So to kick off today, I'd like to welcome our CEO and founder, Eric Yuan.
Hey, and good morning. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Oh, Eric, good morning. Eric, I have a couple questions for you, and I thought it would be great. You know, it's been a crazy world, and last spring, with the spread of the COVID virus, it was really tough on a lot of people all over the world. And you made a big decision because you care a lot about students and you care a lot about education. Can you share with us why you made that decision and what was behind that?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, and Zoom's value is care. Meaning care about the community, customer, company, teammates, as well as ourselves. To care about the community, that's the most important thing for every company, in particular for us. And also the school system is a key element of the society. And without a great school system, right? Because the kids, we got to help those kids. When they grow up, we all want to make sure all those kids, they can contribute to the society, to be the very, useful member of the society. That's why school system is extremely important. So to offer the free service to K-12 schools to show our company's corporate social responsibility. That's our part of the caring about the society. That's why we offer the free K-12 school Zoom access.
Great, thank you. And I know that's had a huge impact on a lot of people all around the world. And we get thank you notes all the time. And so that was a brave decision, a bold decision, but it was the right decision. And thank you for your leadership. I'm going to get a little personal now. I come from a family of educators. My mother taught 5th grade for 25 years. And you know, teachers really influence us. They help shape us. Is there a teacher in your grade school or in your elementary school that really had an impact on you? And how so?
So you are right on. I truly believe teachers have a huge influence to the kids. I remember when I was in the elementary school, when I was a fourth grade student, prior to that, my math was not good. I really did not want to spend time on all those complex math questions. But starting the fourth grade, I liked math. The reason why my math teacher, she told me one thing: you got to like math. Otherwise, no matter what you do, you are not going to spend a lot of time. So because of that, because I started liking math, and every night I spend more time, extra work, extra hour to focus on that, I do not feel tired anymore. And then my math, got much better. That has had a huge influence to me, especially when I grown up to start a business. I realized I have to have a passion. Without a passion, no matter what you do, sometimes you will feel tired. So I think that's, I would say I learned that from my math teacher when I was a fourth grade. It's a huge influence to me and for a long, long time.
Thank you for sharing that with us. So when you were thinking about starting Zoom, what were some of the big sort of principles behind Zoom? I know connection is really important to you and I think to everyone in the world, especially now when it's so hard to connect in person and we're connecting in virtual environments. So what was behind that?
I think connection, you're so right. Connection is very important. If we truly believe video is a new voice, video communication is going to become mainstream. The reason why you look at the society and look at even also the company, the trust is everything. You got to trust your manager, your peers, your team will trust you. Without a trust, there's no speed, right? You cannot get the job done. So the trust is number one. Number two is in particular, look at where we are now. A lot of people work from home. And quite often you have depression, anxiety, because you do not see each other, right? If you leverage video to help people stay connected, that will mitigate that mental problem. You do not feel depressed anymore, right? We let you feel happy. That's why it's connection, connecting each other is extremely important.
I couldn't agree more. I know a lot of us have been connecting in some amazing ways, whether it's family reunions or it's weddings or it's births or and certainly there's so much education that's going on across Zoom, not only formal education, but informal education, and a lot of tutoring. And we have a lot of parents that are involved too. And do you have any messages for parents or teachers out there on how to best use Zoom or some tips that you use with your own children?
Yeah, I have 3 kids. They all use Zoom. First of all, I just want to say thank you for all the teachers. Your hard work made a huge difference. And also for all the parents, and keep supporting your kids. And kids, they are the future of our society. They represent the future. I just want to say, hey, thank you all the teachers. We love you. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Eric. Do you have, so what's next for Zoom, right? We're a company that's growing and there's so much more that we can do. Do you have any hints of what's next for Zoom?
Yes, so first of all, we are going to continue delivering happiness to all of our users, the teachers in the schools. And also, we will work as hard as we can to keep innovating and add some fun features, happy features, and more investment on our use cases or features around the education, online learning, and do all we can to help people, help the world stay connected.
That's great. Thank you. That's a fabulous opening to our Zoom Academy. And thank you for sharing all that you do and your inspiration to all our employees and to the teachers around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, all the teachers. We love you. Thank you.
Great. So a little more housekeeping. Tomorrow, we are going to have live training, and we're going to have 3 training tracks. We are going to have a track for teachers, for school leaders, and for administrators. And at the end of that training, you can take an assessment and earn a Zoom Academy badge. And then the afternoon, we are going to have some elective training by some of our partners. So please come back tomorrow. And if you can't make tomorrow, we again will be making it live. And so earn your Zoom badge and continue to come back to the site, because we're going to be updating it all the time. Continue to chat, continue to interact. And let's get ready for our panels. We have a really exciting panel today. And I'd like to introduce our panelists. And John Watson. John is the CEO and founder of the Evergreen Group. He also is the founder of the Digital Learning Conference. So John, I'd like to introduce you. Also on our panel, we're going to have Dr. Amy Warkey, Superintendent for LaGrange Highlands District. We're going to have Benjamin Baker, who is a Vice Principal of King's Leadership Academy. We have Richard Benvenuti, District Director of Miami-Dade County Public Schools. And we have Sohail Patel, who is the CIO for the Los Angeles School District. After this panel, we're going to have another panel, and that panel will be—
Thank you, Ann. We have a fantastic lineup of an initial 4 panelists who are with schools here in the United States and also in England, followed by an additional 4 panelists who are helping schools and policymakers from various positions. They're at universities, they're researchers and authors as well. I'll be introducing them as I put questions to them. I'm also going to invite all of them to add any information about their backgrounds that's relevant and that they would like to add. I'll also remind the audience that we are monitoring the chat closely, so please send us your questions. If you'd like the question to be put to one person, you can just use the @ symbol, or you can just put it in and we'll put the question to the panel as a whole. Well, as we're ending July, approaching August, we have about 3 months of remote schooling behind us, which happened in the spring. We're nearing the end of summer break for most schools, and the new school year is just ahead. It's also really increasingly clear that school isn't going to be returning to normal for most districts. Most aren't starting fully face-to-face, although a few are. Many will be remote initially. Others are combining remote learning and some form of face-to-face learning as well. Others are starting face-to-face, but have to be ready to shift back to remote learning if conditions change. We've gathered this group to help us look ahead, maybe try to see around some corners and anticipate what may not be obvious by applying some lessons from the past few months to the school year, to the time ahead. And I want to start with Richard Benvenuti. Richard is the district director at Miami-Dade County Public Schools, one of the largest school districts in the United States, and a district which has really received a lot of positive recognition as being among the best districts in its response to the pandemic initially, to remote learning and school closures. Richard, I wonder if you can start us off by giving us 2 keys to Miami-Dade's early success and maybe one issue that you're still trying to figure out for the fall.
Oh, good morning, John, and thanks. Well, 2 keys for the district's success have come out of our digital convergence initiative that we actually began back in 2014. So it's been around for a little bit. The digital convergence initiative really allowed the district to pivot quickly to a full online instruction during closures because we already had a one-to-one initiative that had been in place and had placed mobile devices in students' hands. The district also had an inventory of mobile devices that was available, and we were able, through a coordinated effort between district staff, school personnel, and technology partners, to move these devices quickly from school to school to provide devices to those students who needed technology. Another key that we had that was really important was the digital content, professional development, and support. I kind of think of those things as one whole thing. The district already had amassed a large library of licensed and vetted digital resources for both core and supplemental instructional delivery. And what helped us is that they made these platforms easy to implement during these closures, since our teachers were already familiar with them. A main component of the digital convergence initiative was the ongoing professional development that focused on promoting 21st century teaching and learning skills and the technology integration in the classroom. That also played a key role in preparing teachers and students to seamlessly transition into distance learning. The district also offered an array of ongoing PD prior to school closures that included mandatory and choice PDs, ranging from pre-recorded to live communications. We used tools like Zoom and communication platforms to train teachers and other various resources that we had. And we did this to continue and maintain student motivation and engagement. PD menu we have available for our teachers was updated and is updated weekly. So our teachers are able to join and participate in professional PDs. And we also do surveys for school staff and teachers so that we can tailor our PDs to teacher and school needs, which we think is very important in these times, since we all have to have the ability to adjust. What are we still trying to work through? I think this is probably the same issue that most people are having, and that's student connectivity. And so what have we done? We've kind of leveraged some of our existing partnerships. We had a partnership with Sprint and the 1 Million Foundation, where we provided students hotspots and smartphones to provide internet access at home. And the project was originally just a high school level, but because of the pandemic, the 1 Million Project opened it to all students, all grades. So that was very helpful. The district also has requested additional hotspots, but right now we feel like we don't have enough to meet the needs of our community. We have appealed to local and state and federal levels to help us open Wi-Fi networks from internet providers so that our communities can have access to internet. And the district is providing information, of course, to our families about the Comcast Internet Essentials program and the AT&T Access program. And both programs offered, the internet service at a reduced rate for low-income households. Finally, I have to say that student connectivity is and remains the main issue for our community. So we're trying to explore other means to provide that for students. We look for funding from grants or other budgets to purchase hotspots. We are exploring zero rating with service providers to exempt certain online educational resources from the students' data allowance so that they're not using up all their data on particular resources that are maybe video rich. And then we're looking for new partnerships with community organizations and businesses to try to secure funds for hotspots or devices. So this is what we've done, John.
Richard, I feel like you just gave a graduate seminar on how to respond to school closures in about 2.5 minutes. That was really fantastic. I was writing some notes. You've got so many different things that I'd love to come back and ask you about. Although I'm actually going to build on a point you made and take that to our next panelist, because you talked with all that preparation that Miami-Dade had done and all the work around the digital conversion, how it's still been a challenge to get internet access to all students. So I actually want to go across the US from one side of the country in Florida over to LA, where we've got Sohail Katal, who is joining us from Southern California. Sohail is the CIO of the Los Angeles Unified School District, which is the second largest district in the US. Sohail, thanks for joining us today. I'd love to know, in your role as CIO, I'm sure you were just listening to Richard, and because I know you're thinking about how does a district as large as LA think about getting all students access to the internet. I'm particularly interested how LAUSD is addressing remote learning access for some of the students who are hardest to reach online. And I'm thinking about some of the students who may be homeless, they may be moving between residences. That's a real challenge. How do you and LAUSD think about that?
Sure. Thank you, John. Thank you for the introduction. So yes, LAUSD is the second largest school district in the country. But the most importantly, we have 85% of our students in the free and reduced lunch, which means they are in the low income category. That's by itself defines majority of our students are falling to that need support or hard to reach. There are foster kids, they are homeless child. So these are the groups that they are essentially need more attention and more support. Luckily, over the last 12, 13 years, LA Unified, we had multiple initiative and projects to build a foundation to support this group and all of our students. For example, we have a multi-tier support for intervention to support the students that they are not engaged or they need extra support. It could be social, emotional support, it could be technology, it could be anything else. So when a student needs support, it's not just dependent on the teacher. There is a group of people that they're expert to provide any type of support and the need that the student has. One of the projects that we started about, I would say about 6 years ago, is a project called Whole Child, to define the data and analytics around the student, not around the schools. I know usually we look at the school for the accountability metrics. That's sometimes separate us from the need of the student. So that project, building the data warehouse and everything about the student, helped us to identify the needs. So obviously, when the pandemic hit, we define our role. What do we need to get to the students that they don't have? Number one, it's connectivity. It's just like a utility. If you don't have it, there's no way you can get the remote learning up and running. So it was a must-have. Devices and the support as well. So these three pillars helped us to define as first stage. I'm not saying these are the definition of doing the remote learning. These are the must-have to even talk about remote learning. So with the support of our superintendent and support of the board, we were able to secure and procure the large amount of devices to be able to cover the gap that we had for some years. And I think the number was about 185,000 new devices was added to the pool of, and we were able to distribute close to 400,000 devices over the course of 1 month to all of our students. It was a massive logistics work. So one thing that we did, again, going back to your main question for the hard to reach student, we identified who are the students that are not connecting. We were able to run an analytics system to see if they are using our SSO, are they reaching to any of our platform and system. When we find out, we were able to filter those by the foster youth or student that they need more attention and prioritize them and be proactive to reach them. Literally, we created a list, and the schools district and the local district and the schools principal event, they started calling the students one by one. What is your need? Why aren't you connecting? Do you need devices? Do you need connectivity? Do you need extra support? And that's where we started even partner with companies like Amazon, shipping the devices to a student home as it was needed. So there was a lot of activity in parallel was going on to make sure not only we cover all of our students, but mostly a student that they needed that extra level of support. And unfortunately, some needed some extra support beyond just technology. And that's where our student health and human services get involved. But we had a great partnership with Instruction, SHHS, which is a Student Health and Human Services, and all other divisions within the district to make sure we get the student connected and we get the devices to the hand of the students.
Thank you so much, Sohail. It's so interesting to me to hear one of the things that you're talking about within this huge logistical effort, which must have been incredibly daunting, and the fact that your district pulled it off is so impressive. At the same time, you're referencing the idea at the end of the day, it's about reaching every single student individually if you're not hearing from that student. I wonder, just a very quick follow-up, is that you mentioned teachers. To what extent do you see teachers as playing a role in that? I'm asking because so many of our folks in the audience today are teachers.
It's a big role. I mean, remember, students usually, sometimes the student, they don't reach, or the parent, they don't reach us directly, or they don't know how to reach us, especially if you are in the middle of pandemic and a lot of communication going on. Sometimes the message is going to get lost before it gets to the community, before it gets to the parent or a student. So who's the first line of defense that has a direct conversation with the student? And they can see if the student is active in the class. It's not just about, hey, if they are joining the class. They may have devices, they may have connectivity, but do they need enough support? Do they know how to use that technology? I think that's where teachers are always, even in the classroom criteria, they had the same role. That in the classroom, they would identify what's the need of the student. They escalate it to the principal, and principal would escalate it to the different groups to provide the resources needed for the student. It's the same scenario. Teachers are the best resource to provide the first level of support to the student. And for us, our role is to really empower the teacher. We don't want to really augment it. We don't want to do anything in the side. The goal of the district in our size is to make sure we, as a complete autonomy, be able to provide enough support to the teacher to give whatever student need in order to keep their instruction going forward without any interruption. So in an essence, teachers, whatever a teacher can identify as a need of the student would be escalated to the groups, and the groups are going to provide the support as it's needed.
I love the way in particular you're saying, look, this is what teachers do in a physical classroom. They're the ones who are frontline always with students, and that doesn't really change at all in the remote learning environment. Thank you so much for that. I want to go over to Benjamin Barker, who's joining us from the UK today. I was going to say this morning here in Colorado, but it's not morning over in the UK. Benjamin is Vice Principal of King's Leadership Academy. Benjamin, thanks for joining us and adding a perspective from outside the US. In particular, we have a lot of people in the audience today from all over the world. And of course, a pandemic doesn't stop at national borders. Love to hear from you. Can you tell us what you've heard so far that's resonating with your experience, and what, if anything, might be a little bit different between what you're hearing from the US and what you're experiencing in the UK?
Yeah, well, afternoon here, but good morning, everyone. It's been really interesting to hear some of the comments, especially some of Richard's earlier. It's really interesting to hear how schools in your districts are working together and really getting that idea of a blended approach to learning. Now, that's something that's a bit different to what we're going into in England in September. We've been given guidance from the government that's saying they want all pupils in all year groups, full-time, in school, no rotas. So that's kind of what we're working with, which seems a little different maybe to what you guys might be planning for the fall. I also agreed with the idea of this blended approach or remote learning. It's all about using a wide range of tools. We're all coming at this from different angles, teaching different pupils of different ages, different needs, and the broader the spectrum of tools we use, hopefully the more we can kind of include everybody, whether it's those lacking devices or those who have them and so on. I think to give a bit more context to kind of what it's like in the UK, the Department for Education set up an EdTech demonstrator program, and that's kind of what I'm involved in this end. So they're working in a consortium with the Education Foundation, London Grid for Learning, EdTech UK. And what they've been doing over the last few months is trying to identify areas of strong practice in various aspects of blended or remote learning. And that's all the way from, K through 12, or as we call over here, from year 1 to 13, with an idea of trying to get these schools to enable, equip, and empower others to move further along this spectrum of remote learning. It's been one of the maybe one of the downsides or unwanted consequences of this whole pandemic is we've got a really wide spectrum of what we're able to provide for pupils. And what the Department for Education is trying to do is just narrow that gap a little bit, move everyone just one step further towards, you know, that end goal of a solid curriculum, whether it's remotely or in person in the school. So I think maybe the main things that we've learned is a major hurdle, like it's been addressed beforehand, is getting devices into the hands of pupils. And really we've needed help from the government to kind of push devices out, or connectivity and so on. And like I mentioned before, a really wide range of what different schools are putting in place for their pupils, what the daily diet of a pupil looks like. I think maybe moving forward, some things that maybe problems to solve or questions to talk about further are how we can get maybe more staff working with one another in different phases. So in England, we have primary and secondary curriculum. It's how we can get high school teachers working with primary school teachers and sharing those systems. And I'd probably also say we're seeing a big pattern now. The support that we're trying to offer schools is moving away from the how do you use Zoom or how do we get devices to pupils. And it's moving a little bit more towards, well, what systems is this school using to underpin pedagogy or help staff development or pupil, staff and parent well-being. So we've got a bit of a saturation point of resources and the videos to help people. It's like, okay, how can we take that a step further? And like I say, build those systems to make stronger curricula, both in school or remotely elsewhere.
I love your comment about saturation point, because I feel like here with the constellation of 13,000 plus school districts and all the state agencies in the US, the Federal Department of Education, as well as plenty organizations overseas and international, there's just been a fire hose flood of information. And I feel like right now the challenge is much more, especially for school and district leaders, around disseminating that, working with teachers and staff, just very much the way you're talking about. Like our previous two panels, you brought up several things that I'd love to come back and follow up on. Hopefully we'll have that chance. Before we do that, I want to go to Amy Wark, who's the superintendent of LaGrange Highlands School District 106 in Illinois. Amy, thanks for joining us. Thrilled to have you here. As I was looking at the background of Highlands, I noted that Highlands is among the relatively few districts in the US that had created a plan for e-learning days. And this was pre-pandemic, as I understand it. I'm curious if you can tell us a little bit more about what that e-learning days plan was and is, and how that may have helped your district shift to remote learning when the pandemic hit.
Sure. It was really interesting because our e-learning plan was actually approved for inclement weather. And, you know, outside of Chicago, snow is our main friend and cold weather is usually our main friend. And so when we went out on March 16th, we implemented our e-learning plan. And what we learned very quickly is the e-learning plan was really hard to sustain when we realized that we were in a crisis. Our e-learning plan is fantastic and fabulous for short spurts of a day or 2 days. But when we're talking 10 weeks, we knew we had a solid infrastructure. We knew that we had our students who had a one-to-one device. What we really started working with when we realized that we were going to be out for a longer time was getting devices to our kindergarten and first grade, because we were one-to-one, 2 through 8, but really working with getting our kindergarten and first graders those devices, similar to what Richard was saying, really working with and finding who needed connectivity and working with our parents, getting surveys out, finding feedback from our teachers, from our students, from our parents about the sustainability of what we were doing, realizing that we were in a crisis and we had to really truly rethink our attendance. We had to rethink grading. We had to rethink our day, our structure, just because, again, we had planned for short spurts of being out, but not for a long time. what was really great about it was the feedback that our children gave, the feedback that the families gave, and the feedback that the teachers were able to give us. It really truly allowed us to course correct over those 10 weeks. And we learned a lot that I think will really truly inform us in the fall.
Amy, what you're talking about, I think, is so valuable because you're speaking so eloquently to the idea that in your district, and I know this applies to the other panelists we've heard from as well, it wasn't a matter of a few of you and your district leaders sitting in a closed room saying, okay, here's what we're going to do, and we're going to push it out. And you can't do that, right? There's too many unknowns, and you have to hear from your families. I see you nodding. I wonder if there's something you'd like to add about that.
I mean, the family's input and the students' input was really, truly invaluable. They were really the ones that were helping us determine where we needed to go, telling us if it was too much, too little, too fast, too slow, and really provided us feedback. And when you think about it, it is that feedback that we seek in order to be a learning organization. So I was actually excited because I felt it really helped us really live continuous improvement in one of those times. I mean, education is known for not being able to change. And here we are in the middle of a crisis modeling some dynamic learning and dynamic change.
I've got two follow-ups for you. The second one I'll then open to the rest of the group. The first one, it might be a little bit of a wild card, but I'm curious, when you're thinking about asking students and families, I think it was Henry Ford who said something like, if I asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse, right? And so we're going into a time where so many students, families, even teachers as well, had not previously experienced what they were then forced into. And so I'm curious how you think about that balancing act of asking what they want when there's so much unknown.
That is a fantastic question because, I feel when all of this began and when we started to work at home, it was really challenging for us as adults even, right? And as adults, and when you think of learning, students are really still learning how to learn. Students are learning how to take that information and ask, what they have and to apply that knowledge or transfer that knowledge to a different context. And so it's really truly thinking about what is worth learning. How are you going to engage those learners and work with them and have everybody rethink what is happening? When you're working with children, it really does go back to developing the relationships. What are the relationships that you have with students? What are the relationships that you have with families? Do students trust the teachers so that they have the ability and capability to learn? And do the families really trust what you are going to do and how you are going to teach the children? And I think that really truly is the first step when you're walking that line as far as how are you determining what is worth learning?
Those are all great points. And I want to go back to you with one more question, and then I'm going to put this question to at least some of the others on the panel as well. And that has to do with, I think perhaps an underappreciated point is that there's such a difference when we're thinking about online learning or remote learning between a high school student and an elementary student, or for those who are joining us from overseas, a secondary student versus a primary student. Your district is elementary and middle school. What are some of the specific challenges, not even just with primary or elementary students broadly, but those first graders, those kindergarten students? How do you think about that? What does that look like?
Oh my word, that is a fantastic question. And so I'll go back and I'll say what I was just talking about, like really truly that relationship of trust and really being open to feedback. But I really believe that the next step then, working with e-learning and going remotely, really goes to that teacher developing solid routines with students. I've always been in awe of early childhood, pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, first grade teachers. I really truly call it the magical years, because when students are starting at the very beginning of a year in August, you see the students come in and they're usually clustered together in groups. And then somehow in 5 days, they're walking in the hallway in a straight line. And it's just amazing. So I really believe when you have a structure and a routine and have and hold high expectations for students, really truly let them know it is okay to fail, because failing is a first attempt in learning. That really sets the stage. As teachers plan and prepare their lessons, we know that, they were working tirelessly during a regular year, and then more so during the pandemic, to really accomplish what needed to be accomplished. When we were working with our teachers are really working and pre-recording videos for children to watch before a lesson. And then really truly the children could watch it after the lessons as many times as they needed to. It's really important for young learners. I'd really advocate for the lessons to be short and focused when you have them in a whole group, no more than 15 to 20 minutes max, even though I know we all love to talk. I would really say work in small groups for students to really practice their skills, and then have time to follow up with the children individually so that you can connect with each learner around their specific needs and really formatively assess the children. When it really comes to that asynchronous time that you need the children to be on their own and working, that is when you really need to engage children and not just let them sit on a platform and work through something. So our teachers are extremely creative, as are teachers across the nation, and ours particularly have really started exploring with some of the Bitmoji classroom, really creating reading rooms, math manipulative rooms, SEL zones of regulation, brain breaks, you name it, some of the things that are so creative. And I really think that helps students work through scenarios, really show what they know, and they love it. They love working through that. And I started thinking, it really reminded me about the study Peter Skillman did. I don't know if you've heard of it, but when he worked with groups from Stanford, University of California, and some other places, and he gave adults like spaghetti, tape, string, and marshmallows, and he gave some kindergartners that too, and told them to build a tower, see how tall you could get it. Well, guess who won? So when you think about it, believe in the young learners, tap into their creativity, their critical thinking, their problem solve abilities. Don't put them into boxes that we've created or that, we impose on their abilities. Don't put our biases on what we believe the young learners can do. And really any learner for that fact, if they're Black, brown, learners with needs, really start those relationships, have high expectations, and really make the learning intentions clear, do the structure and routines, and have fun.
I think that study that you mentioned is so interesting, just the idea that adults tend to be more in boxes around the way they think about things, and kids aren't. I actually think it's a really good analogy to the situation that we're in now. And Benjamin alluded to this in a sense, the idea that we really have to, every adult in the system now has to think from a systems perspective. And I think go back maybe to first principles. What are we trying to accomplish broadly, as opposed to, okay, I did this thing in my classroom, how do I do exactly this thing online or remotely? It's more about, what am I trying to accomplish? And now how do I do that? Thank you so much for all that. Richard, I want to take that elementary question and go to you, because you're thinking about a large district, and that obviously includes a lot of very young students. So how does a large district working across all age levels think about some of those differences?
Well, that's a very good question, because there are big differences in the way that you instruct your secondary and your elementary students, and even in the instructional software that you use. So it's a big change for us, a big change for our teachers. The main thing that we've had to tell our teachers is to be flexible with the situation, to not get frustrated. So we've gone out there, we've provided training specific to those grade levels, and ensuring that we have content and devices for those students. And we want to make sure that the teachers understand that, you know, we're all go on this together, and to really have a good rapport with the parents' discussions. You know, parents want to see, one of the things that we did during this outage that we had is we encouraged our teachers to have meetings with their classes and have discussions with their classes, and to show parents that there was that communication between the student and the teacher, and to also have dialogues with the parents, because you want to make them comfortable with understanding with what we're proposing and what we're doing with them in the classroom. So our biggest thing with this is flexibility. We all have to be flexible. We all have to ensure that we all understand that this is kind of new for all of us, even though our district has been doing a lot of online software and training, but that now this is not a trial, this is the actual event that we've all been prepared for. So.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. So Hale, I want to go back to you. You alluded in your opening comments to the need to reach all students, of course. I'm curious how your district, how LA is thinking about, in particular, reaching special populations of students, of which obviously a district as big as LA has a lot. You mentioned some of these. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. So when we're talking about the special education, we have the largest population of a special education in the, at least as I can say, in California. There are multiple programs that we are running to reach those. There are counselors that they are getting in touch with them routinely. There are face-to-face meeting that right now is happening. In the past, they had those type of meeting in the offices, in the schools. Now we are doing those online. So just like a normal classroom, our counselors and advisors, they're getting in touch with the students as needed base is, that's how the basic level of the support. One thing I want to add to the conversation, especially when we were talking about elementary versus the secondary, I think it is very important to know the need is different. I mean, when you talk about the secondary, you have a concept of project-based learning. You can have some type of independent study. You can do some assignment to the student and expect a result. That's where systems like LMS, learning management system, comes handy when you do the secondary. When you come to the elementary, that's totally different. You need a face-to-face interaction. You need to read the facial impression. You need to see if the student paying attention. And getting that span of 20, 30 students in the classroom to see if everybody listened to the teacher, I think that was one of the big hurdles for our elementary teachers. That's why we saw more adoption from elementary to synchronous learning than we saw from the secondary teachers. I mean, almost every elementary teacher. And the reason that I'm saying, because I'm a parent with 2 elementary kids, and the teacher that was teaching my kids, and they are both going to LAUSD, literally every day they had the interaction with the kids. They were going through their learning, they were solving problems. And yes, there were a lot of screen time, I know that, but that's the part of the reality that right now we are dealing with. You cannot expect a 6, 7 years old kid to be able to take the assignment by itself and resolve it. Therefore, most of the work falls on the parents to engage and work with their kids to keep their attention. But at the same time, for us to provide the extra support for those elementary kids that they need extra attention and resources, even if they call for support for technology, it's not like, hey, go click here, do this, do that. Somebody needs to hands hold them. And that's the big difference, how we provide the support for these 2 different spectrums. So that's my assumption. I mean, when we have a good experience, by the way, half of our students are elementary. So we have close to 250,000 elementary students.
That's a lot of elementary students.
Yes.
We have, thank you, Sohail. We have about 5 minutes before we're going to bring in our additional panelists. What I'd like to do is hear from each of you on one closing question to this first part, and you're all staying on. And I'm going to start with Benjamin. My closing question for each of you is, what's keeping you up at night? There's a few weeks left before, at most, before the start of the school year. I see Amy laughing, probably thinking, what's not keeping me up at night right now? But I'm going to start with Benjamin. What are you and your school still trying to figure out?
So I think the main one, the things we're still working on, is really trying to, definitely in England at least, is driving the awareness. And as I mentioned before, trying to develop those bonds between different phases of education. So just because I'm in a secondary school doesn't mean that hopefully I can't have some good discussions with the primary sector and seeing how we can maybe implement some of what we do or what other schools do as part of, as I mentioned before, that EdTech demonstrator program. I think Sahel said it earlier. The key is really to define what your need is. Just because we think every pupil should be in a lesson with a device with a teacher live, that might not suit school X further down the road. I mean, this blended learning and remote learning and using all this fantastic software, it's just a tool. The education hopefully is still the same, of good questioning, relationships, feedback, and so on. But it's just helping schools realize how the technology is going to help them in their context. I think the exciting challenge that we're moving forward with now is how we're going to have this blended approach. I can foresee in September pupils showing symptoms, attendance dropping because people are isolating for 14 days at a time, which is what we're doing over here, and I think it's similar elsewhere. And it's okay, so if we have 75% of pupils in school having lessons, and we've got 25% of pupils at home, hopefully having lessons, how can we get that blended approach of live and through Zoom? And that's like the exciting challenge that we're moving forwards with, I think.
Excellent, thank you. I actually you noted that, you touched on that earlier. I had it written down as something I was going to follow up, but you beat me to it. So thank you. Richard, I'm going to go to you next. What's keeping you up at night?
What's not? You know, that's it. It's from scheduling. How are you going to schedule? Are you going to be, we're going to be in school, out of school, need for devices, internet access, the curriculum, how are teachers going to be trained? You name it. It's a myriad of things that's keeping us awake, because basically you're having to be able to create an environment that can shift on the fly. So that, the professional development that we have to do for all of our teachers, you really, really have to think these plans through, so that, again, remember the key word, flexibility, the ability to be able to shift on the fly. Because let's say we do open and we go back to school. Well, what happens if we have to close right away? Or the opposite, we don't open, we go online, and now you can actually go back to school. So you'll have to be able to understand there's got to be flexibility to pivot, and you have to have all that planned out, because if you don't, it could be a hard stop for you.
Yeah, thank you, Richard.
Yeah, and I think, the people that have it the hardest are really the school site personnel, from the principals to the teachers. Yeah. They're the ones that are trying to put all this together. We're trying to create a plan for the whole, but the ones that really have to implement it are those principals and those teachers, and we really appreciate what they're doing.
And the teachers obviously are the main person that students, families, caregivers are interacting with, and so they just have such obviously a central role, as they always do. So Hal, I'll put the question to you.
I make it very fast and brief so you can get to the whole group with that question. I think the most important thing for me is the concept of the hybrid model. So we're opening the school with the remote learning approach. At any moment, we may find a situation safe enough to be able to open the school and have the student, some in school, some online. That hybrid model, I think, is a very complex model. I think it was never approached in any type of a K-12 organization. And getting the content of that together is totally different what we experienced in the last school year. It is totally different, the needs and safety and the health and safety of the students and the employees and the parents and the teacher. So it's a very complex model. And we are looking the entire world. We are looking from South Korea, from UK, from all over the world, how they are approaching this hybrid model. So I think that's something keeps me awake and not let me sleep until we get to the August, and hopefully it's just like one of our normal tests. We're gonna pass it through and learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahel. Amy, I'm gonna give you the last word before we bring in the next set of panelists.
Well, I can't tell you last night that I actually have slept. Both what Sahil, Richard, everybody, health, safety, wellness. You know, we're dealing with education who has been trying to be reformed since 1800s, and really not something where change really like grabs in and takes hold. And, you know, as everybody's talking, we've been pivoting on dimes, and, you know, what type of start are you going to have? When are you going to start? How are you going to go out? There are so many questions, and right when you answer one question, 72 others follow that. Are you going to have enough substitutes? How is it going to work? Are you clustering? So it's just, you know, it's think of all of those games that you get to play and make split-second decisions, and then another one pops up. So welcome, here we are. We're up for the challenge, and we're here to do it because we care about kids.
It's all about growth mindset, right? You know you can do this. Your teachers know you can do this. It's something we've been asking students to appreciate. Now it seems like it's something that we all need to embrace as well. All right, we are just to let everybody in the audience know now, we've got another set of panelists that I'm going to be bringing in. They've been listening to all this. After we put some questions to them, have a little bit of discussion, we'll bring everybody back together to talk. But here we are. I see the various folks on the second part of the panel joining us. Just like the first one, as opposed to them all introducing themselves, I am going to give very quick introductions. And as I said before, if I don't introduce you quite the way you might like to be introduced, please add whatever you'd like about your background. Welcome to all four of you. I'm going to start with Michael Horn. Michael, welcome. Michael has more titles than I can keep track of, including senior strategist at Guild Education. He's co-founder of the Clayton Christensen Institute. Michael, you've been thinking about issues of online and remote learning and blended learning since you were researching and writing Disrupting Class, which I believe was about 15 years ago. It's hard to believe that it was that long. I'm curious, what of this discussion that you've been listening to so far, what of it is consistent with your experience and with your expectations? What may have surprised you?
Yeah, John. And so first, super appreciative of Zoom putting this on and having this conversation with so many around the world. I think what I would say is, look, schools had to move gargantuan operations that are huge logistical challenges, even in normal times, with families coming from a diverse set of circumstances, children with diverse sets of needs, and then to move all of that on the dime that they did, incredibly challenging. And we heard that, obviously, but we heard the incredible work that educators did. I'd list three things that I thought made a lot of sense with my experience, and then three things I'd say, yeah, I've seen some different things as well. The first one is that districts and schools that had experience with technology beforehand tended to fare better in this moment. They had done a lot of preparation on it. The corresponding piece of that is that your school's culture, were you really a full school and district operating together as opposed to islands of teachers on their own, also was predictive of your ability to respond in this moment. The second one I'd say is we heard people talk about the importance of technology being a tool. It's not the driver. Benjamin talked about this in the UK. And I think that's right, that really you have to know what your purpose is. What's your objective? What are your deep values? And technology is one way to accomplish those results, and picking the right tool for the task is incredibly important. Don't just sort of mix and throw technology at it. The third thing I'd say is that we heard Amy talk about the importance of routines and building trust. I think that's incredibly important. And then, so Hale was saying in Los Angeles, you were really reflecting a lot of Maslow's hierarchy of needs there, that you really need to make sure kids are safe, sound, taken care of before you can even think about learning. And structuring that is incredibly important. I'd say three things that I thought I was surprised not to hear a little bit more of was, once you're in these home environments, as we've seen in full-time virtual learning, whether it's a good thing or not, parents are all of a sudden not just parents, they're co-educators. And every environment is very different. And for whether you like it or not, you got to build that into your plans as you build them. The second one, I would say actually, there's a big push on sort of dividing secondary students can do this, elementary students can do this. In my experience, it's not that clean cut, but you can actually give a lot more agency and authority to individuals when they're much younger if you set up that culture and routines and expectations, and you're using technological tools that build active learning experiences where students are constantly engaged in answering questions that give teachers real-time data on who's engaged and not, and then can pick and choose their spots. And then the last thing I would just say is, there's a lot of folks, we've never done a hybrid model as we're talking about on this scale before, but there's actually a lot of experience with what I historically had called an enriched virtual model, which really is a hybrid model of students sometimes in school and sometimes not. And there's a rich set of schools across the world that actually have deep experience with balancing different student schedules in these ways that I would encourage people to draw upon.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that last point that you made, because I think particularly in the media, the fact that there is experience among many schools, and there are hundreds of thousands of students here in the US who are learning fully online. There's millions who have been taking online courses for many, many years. And so there are these areas of experience, these schools, students, teachers who have that experience. And I think some of the districts that you're referencing that already had some of that experience have had a slightly easier time shifting in that direction. So thank you, Michael. As all the panelists have, you gave me about 15 different things that I'd love to follow up on. But before I do that, I'm gonna go to some of our other panelists, and I'm gonna go next to Christina Ishmael. Christina is Director of Primary and Secondary Education at Open Education Global. Christina, I was looking at your LinkedIn profile. You have one of my favorite, I don't know if you call it a tagline or you call yourself a quote, educator in the process of learning, unlearning, and relearning. I'm curious what you've unlearned and are now relearning during the course of the pandemic.
A lot. Both personally, professionally, what I'm hearing from school leaders and educators here in the US as well as globally, there's been a lot of all three of these things. And I think the unlearning happens with new learning as well as the relearning when we continue to build upon what we had already known. So similar to what Michael just kind of laid out, three things that I think I've really kind of learned and unlearned. The connectivity gap, which has already been brought up in the first part of our panel. The folks at New America, which is where I was previously employed just until last month, and the Open Tech Institute helped me craft an article shortly after school shut down to really look at the data around connectivity at home. We have a lot of the data around school connectivity, but 12 to 16 million US students don't have home connectivity. And then further research from Open Tech Institute, as well as my former colleague, Savia Prescott, were able to identify that about 400,000 US teachers don't have connectivity. So it's not even just relying on the students to have that connectivity, but also the teachers. And then of course, when we look at other countries, we know that that is even higher. When I was leading a webinar for secondary principals and school leaders in Chile at the end of May, I learned that 75% of their students across the entire country don't have any sort of home connectivity. And I formerly taught in Omaha, Nebraska, and worked at the state level in Nebraska and dealt with a lot of rural districts that didn't have connectivity. But in Chile, they have the Andes Mountains. They have geographical things that prevent them from having home connectivity. So it's definitely a challenge. I know that Commissioner Rosenworcel at the FCC has been trying to push for changes in E-rate funding where schools can use that money to be able to provide home access. And I hope that that's something that we continue to see progress on. Number two would be the practices happening in our classrooms don't necessarily transition to online. We've also heard that from other folks. It is not a digitization of a face-to-face classroom. I'm a former early childhood and elementary teacher. I know that what I did in the classroom would not have translated online. I would have had to make significant changes. I do worry about our youngest learners. I'm happy to think about giving them more agency to tap into their natural curiosity, doing more project-based learning or inquiry-based learning to be able to leverage technology as the tool, but it is really difficult thinking about the platforms, the tools, the materials that we would need to be able to do that, to create robust and engaging learning environments. We have a lot to learn from our instructional designers at higher education institutes, as well as in the private sector, who help design, those engaging environments. And then the third one is that the school shutdowns really force us into this crisis distance learning. I think it's important that we name it what it is, and that it is not online learning, or it was not online learning. My biggest fear in all of this is when I was on Twitter a lot, I would see teachers going, if this is online learning, nope, I'm out, like count me out. And I'm like, no, okay, it's not, I promise. It is much more intentional and thought out and designed and developed to provide those engaging learning environments. And so what started as a casual kind of quarantine check-in with two friends from grad school who also are practitioners. One is an instructional designer at Penn State World Campus, works with the American Center for the Study of Distance Education and is working on her doctorate in distance education, Rebecca Heiser, as well as Jenny Payne, who is an ed tech coordinator at a blended school in Cherry Creek Schools in Denver, Colorado. We all started with this. It was born kind of out of frustration, saying the language that's being used right now is very interchangeable. We were getting kind of media outreach at New America saying, okay, what about remote, hybrid, virtual, online, all of these things? And I was like, there is a whole field of distance education that has a history, starting with correspondence courses over 100 years ago. So there's research done behind it. And we wanted to really kind of parse that out from what we are experiencing and really help teachers in particular, as well as leaders, see that there is a field that we can learn from, that tech is the tool and kind of the mechanism that we can use, but it's not a requirement either. Now that I work in the global kind of nonprofit land, I was meeting with a school leader, primary, secondary in Entebbe, Uganda last week. And they were able to print a bunch of resources and send them home with their students. And then they use WhatsApp to be able to connect with their students. And so they had teachers and students in small groups that were connecting through kind of this basic app that so many people use on a daily basis because of the low bandwidth that it requires. And looking at more tools that could be used like that, but really recognizing that technology is the tool that we can use for this, but also drawing upon the whole field of distance education as a whole.
I had jotted down a question that I was going to ask, and then you came pretty close to answering it there, but I'm going to ask it anyway to see if you want to add anything. Because one of the interesting things that I think is notable, referencing the work you've done both here in the US and overseas, is it feels to me like here in the US, we tend to treat the lack of internet access, particularly in rural and remote areas, as a problem that needs to be met with, in a sense, by, it's like brute force. We need to get them internet access, no matter how that happens, where it feels like, and I'm not sure I'm drawing this analogy quite right, but it feels like in some other countries, they know that, hey, we're not going to get internet access, or at least it's not going to be consistent. Maybe it's going to be spotty. I mean, they're even obviously thinking about just issues of electric power in some cases. I wonder if you're seeing, so I think about, for instance, here in the US, in my travels overseas, I've found that most countries have a better cell phone network than we do here in the US. And I think it's pretty well understood that part of the reason for that is a lot of those countries went straight to mobile technology as opposed to first using landlines. I'm curious, you mentioned Uganda as an example. I'm curious if you're seeing other examples where perhaps schools are finding really creative ways to get around the lack of internet access issue, whether it's using non-digital approaches or really anything else. So could you add a little bit to that?
Yeah, and I know that LAUSD actually did this, and they partnered with their public broadcast and were able to use that as a channel in order to get some lessons kind of out with their students. So definitely the use of TV, shortwave radio, actually. We have a lot to learn from Indigenous folks in Canada as well as Australia as how they've been able to provide those opportunities. So correspondence is actually still a thing. We can help the USPS right now if we want to send things out via mail. I know that that may be somewhat cumbersome sometimes, but I'm also thinking about, toolkits for like our kids that are transitioning into kindergarten. What kind of things could we send home with them? As well as the use, if we could come back in small groups, how could we leverage things like outdoor classrooms to be able to socially distance, but still be able to tap into the natural curiosity of our youngest learners and still be in the same space?
Yeah, no, those are all great points. And even a starting point, I was reading some research around the idea, and some of our earlier panelists mentioned the need to survey students and families. And one of the ideas that I'd seen was simply around getting a baseline of how many students and families have internet access as a foundation for, okay, is our district strategy going to be primarily internet-based, or to what extent from the start do we have to think about non-digital options? You're like so many other panelists, you're bringing up lots of points. I've got lots I could bring back to you and hope to, but I want to go over to John Bailey. John's a fellow at the Walton Family Foundation and the American Enterprise Institute. He's written several long thought pieces recently that I think are among some of the most thoughtful articles out there in Education Next and elsewhere. John, I know you've thought a lot about different issues. I want to focus on an issue that a couple of our panelists raised earlier about communicating with parents. You were involved with a survey that in part was asking parents about their response to school closures and also bringing in some of the economic and other pressures that they are feeling. I wonder what you can tell us about that would be particularly useful for teachers and school leaders.
Great. Well, thank you again for just allowing me to participate today. It's such a great conversation. You're an amazing moderator. And thank you to Zoom for hosting this, because I think it's just like helping to elevate so many of the questions that teachers and community leaders are just struggling with because of COVID. The survey that you're mentioning is something that we did in partnership with Echelon Insights and the National Parent Union. And the idea was like, if you rewind the clock and go all the way back to when states first started closing schools, and parents were thrust into this new mode of having to do homeschooling, and teachers were wrestling with what does it mean to do online learning. We just thought like it's really important to be able to sort of track a family's journey through this. And so we started doing an 8-week survey, and it's amazing. I think as so many people know, like we're on COVID time. So like every single day feels like a week in so many ways. And so those 8 weeks, it was amazing. Like you had schools shut down and parents were saying, gosh, are they going to reopen in 2 weeks, or is this for the rest of the year? And then over the course of those 8 weeks, we found out it was going to be for the rest of the year. We had the killing of George Floyd. And so obviously a lot of conversations around race. We had a lot of questions about what would reopening of schools look like. And then through the midst of that too, various facets of CARES Act dollars coming from the federal government. And we wanted to understand how were parents spending that, like, because that would give us a sense of, that would show in some ways, like where some of their top needs were. Amazing set of data that came from it. It's all up on AEI's website. People can download. It's 4,000 parents. They can download all the crosstabs to look at it. But two big trends that I think are super relevant for the conversations that we're having today. First, we started seeing very early warning signs back in June that parents were very nervous sending their kids back to school at the end of summer. When we asked them, when would you feel that it's safe to send your kids back to school? Only 21% said August or September. So think about that. That's almost like 3/4 of parents saying they would not feel comfortable. This is back in June, sending their kids back to school in the August and September timeframe. And we're seeing that finding replicated now through a lot of other surveys. An AP survey last week of parents found that only 31% think that schools should reopen in person for learning this coming fall. And you're seeing this replicated too, as you were mentioning. Not only are schools surveying parents to find out about their technology needs, but also they're asking them, gosh, like when back to school opens up, what do you feel comfortable? Do you want to send your kid to a hybrid school, or do you want to keep them at home and continue with online learning? And across the country, you're just seeing school districts with like 30%, 20%, 19% of parents saying they would feel more comfortable keeping their kids in an online learning mode. So that's important because like it brings the question of like, well, what do they want from an online learning experience? And so we asked that question. We said, gosh, like what would be most helpful for your district to provide you? What do you want to see most offered for your child? And what was amazing is that live interactive video conferencing topped the list. That when asked what would be helpful if your schools offered it, 51% of parents said live interactive video. When we said what would be the most helpful thing, what was the one thing you want to see schools do, 41% of parents, the top rated issue, said live interactive video conferencing. And so that's what parents want for their kids. They want their kids engaged and active and learning, not just in a passive way, watching a video or watching sort of content online, but interacting with one another, other children, interacting with their teachers. And I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge, in part because there was another survey that was going on during the COVID school closures, and it was done by the Census Bureau. And the Census Bureau has been doing this amazing household survey. They call it the Household Pulse Survey. And they asked the parents, they asked families this one question. They said, on average, how many hours did your child spend in a live virtual contact between your students and between the teachers? And this was a very depressing number. On average, it was 4 hours over 7 days. The high was in Rhode Island of about 7.6 hours, and a low was in West Virginia with only 1.8 hours. But what that's saying is that in this like big shift to online learning, we weren't seeing as much interactive video as I think many of us had hoped and wanted to see, and as frankly as a lot of parents want to see. But this is the chance for us to kind of help make sure, like events like this, to help equip teachers and help equip schools so they can work through this and using, John, your language, like growth mindset, so we can get better and deliver more interactive and richer experiences for this coming school year.
Thank you, John. As you were talking, I was looking through some of the questions that are coming in from the audience, and we have a lot of questions, and a lot of them were already asking about parent views, and so you just touched on a lot of the questions coming in. I think it's such it's so critically important. Of course, we know that families, caregivers are playing such an important role with students learning remotely, and it's another topic that I feel has been perhaps a bit underappreciated. It feels like in the media, there's an endless stream of stories about all the parents who are struggling, a little bit less so with the stories about the families, the caregivers who are doing well. And I know some of what you've been doing highlights that also. So thank you. All right, final panelist in group 2 here is Julie Young, who's been working in K-12 online learning for, well, as long as anyone and longer than most. Starting in the mid-1990s, Julie began envisioning what would become the Florida Virtual School, which quickly became the country's largest online school in the United States. She's taken on several roles since then, is now running the online K-12 school at Arizona State University. Julie, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what, having been in this field for 20 plus years in online education, what does that tell the folks who are experienced educators, but for whom remote learning is new? What might they be able to take out of some of your experience and the experience of others, knowing that online learning has been a thing for 20 plus years now?
Yeah, thanks, John. And I want to echo, this whole conversation has been quite cathartic. I think bringing together such wonderful thought leaders, and John, you've done a great job, and thank you, Zoom. You know, this has been a little surreal for me, having started this journey back in 1996, when, if you recall, that was quote unquote the year the internet was invented. And so we were full-blown dial-up and a lot of clip art and a lot of text at the time. And, you know, we were hiring teachers who had a desire to create content, but you know, none of us really knew how to create content. And I think that's another major issue we need to dwell on a little bit as we digress. We as teachers, and I was an elementary teacher in my early years, we were trained to teach with tools and textbooks that other people wrote and provided to us. And all of a sudden in March, we sent a whole bunch of teachers home and said, go forth and create online content. You haven't been trained as an instructional designer. You haven't been trained as a publisher or textbook writer. You haven't been trained to be a software developer, but go forth and create content. And so when I think back and along this journey and where we are today, there aren't many surprises for me in terms of what we just experienced from March to June. First and foremost, what I just described. Secondly, the strategies and the instructional skill sets for teachers are very different in a traditional classroom and an online environment, let alone a remote environment that we experience. So learning how to work from home is a skill in all of its own. Learning how to teach online is a skill all of its own. And to put that in perspective, back in the day when we started Florida Virtual School, for many years, we did not differentiate starting salaries based on teacher years of experience, because what we learned very early on is whether you had 30 years of classroom experience or 3, it didn't really make any difference. It was really about whether or not you really cared about kids, that you really knew how to engage kids, that you enjoyed engaging kids and parents, and that we could teach you how to use the tools that had been developed and the materials that had been developed, so that we could place an online curriculum in your hands whereby you could guide kids and facilitate learning in a very different way. And so again, now overnight, we send teachers home, go forth and teach online. And so, you know, when I think about where we are right now, as I said, no surprises here, but I also feel so strongly that you never waste a crisis. And, you know, we at ASU Prep have made the decision to delay starting until after first quarter. We put a lot of thought into that, but one of the reasons why, in addition to the unknown and the safety of the students, but also the incredible uncertainty of our teachers and the fear factor of what that means to come back to buildings, we felt like, you know, that would guarantee, at least to begin with, continuity of learning. And so our teachers and our students would start at home, and we would have the opportunity to do some really deep, diligent training with our parents, our students, our teachers, so that if we find that we have a revolving door for the rest of the year, we want our teachers, our students, and our parents to be able to adjust on a dime and be able to use the same tools, whether they're at home or in class, and to be able to move back and forth seamlessly without interrupting learning. And so I also think what this is actually, what has struck me is that, you know, we all, as with many corporations who complain to us, the educators, that they get their graduates and they have to put them through a whole training program. They don't come to them trained, ready to work. Well, we were in the same situation early on at Florida Virtual School. We had to put an entire training program together to teach teachers how to teach online. And so they didn't come to us knowing how to do that. Well, guess what? The world has realized that we're not training our teachers for different types of modalities of teaching and learning. And I hope this is a catalyst that will kind of jolt us into recognizing the fact that we need to train our teachers for all different types of learning. Our students are all different. Our parents want different types of learning environments for their children. And we need to make sure our teachers are equipped to serve. And the last thing I'll say is that, you know, you hear people talking about going back to normal. And, you know, I don't know what normal looks like anymore. I think I feel a little bit like we're in the midst of today's new normal and that it's going to change again. But we've actually had the discussions at ASU that if we go back to normal, we will have failed. And so as an organization, we are looking at how many different ways and what different offerings can we provide for parents and students. So when COVID goes away, if COVID goes away, we still plan to have the offering of hybrid learning for our parents and our students. We still plan to have fully digital learning for our parents and our students. And then we plan to have traditional immersion learning for our parents and our students. So yeah, it's been quite a journey and no surprises.
Thank you, Julie. We're in a couple of minutes, we're going to bring in the first 4 panelists as well and have everybody together. But I want to do a quick lightning round, and emphasis on quick because I want to have time for some questions from the audience. I'm going to start with Michael Horn, sort of a version of the question that I put to the first panel about what keeps you up at night. It could be either what keeps you up at night or what are some of the known unknowns that are out there that you're thinking about that maybe everybody, whether teacher, caregiver, student, policymaker, might have to be thinking about? What are the corners people need to look around and try to anticipate what might happen over the next school year? Michael, I'm going to start with you, and then I'll go in the order that we went before. So Christina next.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to pick up where Julie left off, which is the idea that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste in terms of improving things. And I have a lot of respect for the educators who are spending a ton of time right now thinking about the logistics of keeping people safe and figuring that out. I am super worried that we do not have a corresponding effort thinking about the teaching and learning experience and the transformation that needed to happen before this crisis and really needs to happen right now. And I'm really distressed that not nearly enough schools are using this as an opportunity to change practices, to create more active learning experiences that serve every single child well. That's keeping me up at night.
Thank you, Michael. Christina, I'm going to go to you next.
Ditto. Yes, and I just think about so many structures and systems that we have in place that are archaic, based in colonialism, not only here in the US, but in so many other countries, with rote learning and continuing to perpetuate inequities. So how can we actually take advantage of a pandemic to really reimagine, rethink, re-engineer, whatever the word may be, and then moving that all the way up to the policymakers that can actually hopefully fund, fingers crossed, to make that happen.
No, and I think both you and Michael are raising such a good point because so much of what you're talking about is driven at a state level, especially in the US, federal level, ministries of education in other countries. There's so many antiquated systems. I think fairly often about some parallels between education and healthcare. And I was reading an article recently about how data collection around COVID cases was hampered by the fact that a non-trivial amount of data reporting was coming in via fax. And it was describing pages and pages of faxes coming out, and you know, you can imagine what sorts of issues that raises. And I think we're seeing a lot of that as school and district leaders are thinking about, hey, here are the things I'd love to do, and now here are the limitations on whether I can actually do that or not. So thank you. John Bailey, I'm going to put the question to you. What are the known unknowns?
Oh my gosh, so many things keep me up at night. One of them is just like, I just want to build on what Christina and Michael were saying. Like, I worry we've squandered the few weeks and months that we had to get ready for the school year. And I also worry that a lot of schools were hoping for the best in terms of being able to open in some sort of hybrid situation. And now are finding themselves, because of the transmission, community transmission, are having to resort to a remote only learning mode for the beginning of the school year and are racing out to try to make that a good experience. I worry and also think we just dramatically need to go back. Something you said, John, that I think is so important to come back to is like going back to first principles. Like this isn't about trying to replicate everything that happened inside of a classroom on an online platform, but it is going back to what are the fundamentals that we know of what works with teaching and with instruction, and how do we deliver that as the best experience possible with an online. And in the schools that I think are the ones that are making the best sort of progress during this period of COVID are going back to those first principles. And it is things like not every single teacher needs to be the all-star Zoom instructor. You have one all-star that can help do the instruction, and then leverage those other teachers to use Zoom or other video conferencing to do one-on-one check-ins with kids. But making it a principle that every single day, at least every child is going to be connected with a teacher or an adult in one sort of way. Super important for social emotional, super important for just engaging kids, but also it's another way of using teachers and not sort of expecting you to be like the all-star, televised instructor. So I think that's like super important. And then like Christina was saying, we just need Congress and we need federal governments around the world, frankly, to help create the pathways for schools to be able to do all this safely, responsibly, and make sure that this digital divide that has come up so often in your first panel and also in this, we used to call that the homework gap, because if a kid didn't have connections at home, they couldn't do their homework. Now it fundamentally is a learning gap. If they don't have a device, if they don't have connections, they are literally shut out of school. And that is an issue we can fix. It's an issue Congress can help fund. This isn't that Herculean of a challenge. We just need more action to kind of help make that happen very quickly.
John, I love the way you said, we just need government to do this. You're much more of an optimist than I am. It's so simple.
No, that's just because it's the morning. So like, in a couple of hours, I'll be more pessimistic.
Julie, I'm going to go to you, and then we're going to bring in the original panelists as well. So final word from this panel to you, Julie.
I've never thought of virtual learning as being a substandard way to learn. We have always worked diligently to make it at least as good, if not better or superior. And so what keeps me up at night is how many people are thinking of this as a fallback. And, we just got to get through it. And, it's not as good as face-to-face. We know that, but we got to do it. And I, want to challenge educators and leaders everywhere to shift that thinking to, rather than, this is a fallback, we just got to do it, is how do you turn this into an opportunity to create an incredible new learning experience for your students, an incredibly new educational environment of which your parents can be a part of. We traditionally have excluded parents after elementary school from their child's education, or we make it difficult for them to become engaged. So how do you reframe that thinking and bring parents in as your partners and give students an opportunity to truly have a deep, personalized learning experience? I would challenge you to look for tools that are out there that are good tools that you can put in the hands of your teachers, train them how to use that, take away that fatigue that they had over the last 4 to 5 months by having to teach and create, and give them the opportunity to do what they do best, which is to engage with students on a one-on-one basis and take those students from where they are to where they need to be in this new learning environment.
Julie, you're raising such a great point around the idea that online, remote, whatever we want to call it, can really be as good as face-to-face when teachers and the surrounding systems get to that point. A professor at ASU, who I happen to know, recently said to me, my face-to-face course, my online course is now better than my face-to-face course. I know my students better in my online class. That's not to say that's easily replicated, especially for the youngest students, of course, but there are real possibilities there. And I think it's so critical, as you're alluding to not feel like, oh, this is just the backup plan, but it can really be extremely powerful. All right, I want to bring in, we have about 10 minutes left. We're bringing back the first group as well, the folks who were on earlier. We have a tremendous amount of questions that have come in, and we appreciate all of them. I do want to mention that a number of folks in the audience have asked for specific references, asking John Bailey for, hey, what was that survey? Where can I find it? Christina mentioned things. Instead of going to you and saying, hey, can you give that to us here? The Zoom team in the background is going to work with you to get those resources and be able to share them out later in the day. But the question that I want to put really to anybody who would like to pick it up is, a lot of the questions come back to really around some best practices for teachers, whether it's around engaging with students remotely, whether it's the split between using asynchronous and synchronous instructional strategies. So I'm gonna open it up, perhaps since we haven't heard from the original panelists for a while. I'll open it for anybody who would like to jump in. Looks like Amy Warwick is ready to go. Amy, tell us your thoughts.
I would really say communicate, 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 and provide actionable feedback to the children. I think those would be some fantastic best practices to start with. And then I'll let others say a lot because there's many more. I could keep talking.
All right, thank you. Richard. Richard, you're on mute.
Didn't switch off the mute.
No problem. We can hear you now.
No problem. One of the things that our teachers have talked about and come up in a lot of the trainings was what was just expressed, student expectations, making sure they're aware of what's expected from them, but also trying to normalize the environment for the students so they don't feel like it's a huge change, trying to like wear the uniforms, setting up a workspace, trying to get the students to kind of feel that normal feeling again that they had being in the classroom, so they don't feel like they're out of place. Teachers wearing professional attire and also acting, professionally, digital citizenship, following net etiquette rules. Those are some of the things that we think that we need to keep in mind.
Richard, Julie, I'll go to you in a second. I just want to mention for Richard, real quick, that professionalism aspect that you just mentioned, so critical. I think it's something that people who are working remotely in a lot of cases are learning for the first time as well. And the same way we have certain things that we just do, people are used to go to the office. Well, now this is our office, and we have to think about that with students as well. Now this is school, and the ways you think about what you do in school are very similar. Julie, sorry to cut you off, but please.
No, I would just encourage educators to attempt to replicate the classroom as we know it. That will drive you and your parents and your students crazy. And so really kind of take a step back and look at, okay, this is a new learning environment. How do I design the day to support this learning environment instead of the one that I know and love? And so, yes, the schedule is important, but don't keep your kids on Zoom all day. But when you do bring them together, realize that they're going to want to socialize. At every age, they're going to want to socialize, and they will misbehave if you don't give them some time to do so. And so work some of that into your time. Actually, with our K through 8 kids, we do virtual recess, and more on that if you'd like it. But really think about how to design your day around this new environment as opposed to what we've all come from.
Thank you, Julie. Another set of questions that have been coming in are related to ideas around social emotional learning and the whole child, and how do we think about those issues? And again, I'll open this up. I will note that there are some of the questions are around, to what extent is that entirely a teacher responsibility? To what extent do other parts of the school or district get involved? Because in the face-to-face environment, that certainly there are elements of that, of course, with different counselors. Those systems may be a little bit more difficult as we're shifting to remote. So
Maybe
Sohail?
I'll jump in first.
Sure.
And
go ahead, John, and then I'll go to Sohail.
all right, great. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but super important question. And I don't think there's going to be one right way to do this. I do think there's a bunch of online systems and platforms that can help as part of this, both with just doing quick pulses with students. Organization Castle, which has really sort of been a leader with SEL, has a number of assessments that students can take just diagnostically, just to kind of get a sense of how things are going. We're seeing telemedicine has exploded during COVID as a way of providing medical care to most families. But we're also beginning to see experimentations of using telemedicine within a school setting to help complement nurses and to help complement school counselors and to provide mental health supports. Again, all these things, though, need to be pulled back in together by some sort of caring adult or teacher in a school that can then use that to help identify students that need a little bit more one-on-one check-ins. And that's where a Zoom like this helps. It's more than just an email. It's more than just a text. It's getting, it's just looking at all this data and some of the results that are coming back and just checking in with a child and saying, how are things? How are you? And we just need to recognize, as Michael was saying at the beginning, kids are going to be coming back into this learning environment with all sorts of different experiences. Some of they may have lost family to COVID. Many of them have had their families' incomes disrupted and are just seeing the stress that's putting on their moms and dads. And before we can jump right into learning, we need to create that space that sort of recognizes those needs and gives a moment for kids just to be kids before we can move them into learning again.
Thank you, John. Sohail, I believe you might have been about to say something on this topic as well. I'd like to go to you.
Thank you. So I think John actually almost explained the whole concept of the technology behind it and the telehealth and how it's helping. I know also there's a federal funding that was allocated through FCC for the school district to be able to, not for a school district, for health clinics, but if the school district has a health clinic, also they can take advantage of those funding to be able to support those technology. And we are reaching to those funding as well. As far as the concept of the whole child, helped us to be able to identify those needs for those students and schedule the routine visit and communication with the students. So when you schedule, coordinate once a week, twice a week to have those communication, get the IEP completed, get the sign-up completed and everything if there's a translation. Even we added a couple technology to the piece that we didn't have before. For example, for IEP, we always relied on the essentially official translation that would delay the work. When you do the online IEP, it's totally different. So we embedded a technology for online translation through an API to our existing special education system to be able to translate IEP on the fly for the parent to see what is the instruction that the student received. Although that's not official, they still receive the official translation. That covers the gap for that moment of the communication with the student that they need extra attention. So there are multiple ways. As I said, there are multiple tier of support that's supporting the student. Just having that information in one space that the teacher can escalate it as it's needed. And that's the key point. And teacher need to know that the student need that support and therefore escalate it to the health specialist or social emotional group to be able to engage and support it. The beauty of it, obviously for us, having that whole child system to be able to tie this in one unique dashboard to show to the teacher, to show to the principal, what is the condition in their school, what's the condition in that specific student, and how they can get help for that student.
Thank you so much, Sohail. It's so valuable to think about the way a district like yours has these different systems of support. Christina, I want to go to you, and we're almost out of time, but I would love a quick comment from you because we're really focused on emotional health of students. A lot of teachers in the audience, and we've got to think about their emotional well-being as well. Do you have a comment on that?
I do. I'll keep it brief. So I deal with anxiety and depression myself. I've been very open about that, have blogged about it before, have talked with a lot of educators since March that are now starting to have some sort of symptoms of anxiety. And of course, the pandemic doesn't help with that. And so I think it's really important that one, that teachers are aware of the services that are available through their insurance, through their school districts. Knowing what therapies, options are available is certainly a start. I know HR teams are now providing different options and saying that you have numbers to call if you need to. But also like leaders providing the option for PLCs to not go jumping right into data and things, but also just allowing the space to breathe and be and know that we are collectively experiencing trauma right now. And that there are a lot of grief counselors and therapists that are talking about this is a type of grief that we are all experiencing. So I have a post-it note, grace and flexibility, right in front of me every single day, because I think it's really important that that is the system that we are encouraging, not only with leaders to the teachers, to the students, but that it's reciprocal and then it goes back and forth.
I love that. Thank you so much. I think all the time about everyone's need to be kind to each other during these hard times and to ourselves as well. Michael Horn, I'm going to give you the last word. You spent a lot of years observing the digital learning field and commenting on it, and you've been observing and partaking in a very lively discussion for the last hour plus. Any closing thoughts?
Well, I think where we have started to end is the most important one, which is that job number one for schools as they come back is to create really strong connections with each and every single student. And then second, I would say, build community and purpose in the school year across it. And that's where, tools like Zoom and so forth, really good at those community activities. The connections, I would say, try to figure out mediums that allow you that one-to-one interaction. Zoom can be helpful in that, but other tools can as well. Third, I would say tap into student motivations, understand what they need. Don't just start to enforce what we think they need on top of them. They'll be very articulate. And then fourth, really build out a personalized learning plan for each and every single student, because they're going to need it in this year ahead. And don't assume that, just as Julie said, that just replicating the classroom, a 30-to-1 experience online, I'd argue that that's not a great idea in person. It's not going to work online either, unless you're using those moments for community. Really be intentional about creating a personalized plan for each student.
Thank you, Michael. Folks, you have all been absolutely fantastic. I could spend all day. It's like a treat for me. I just get to fire questions at all of you, and I could do it all day, but unfortunately we don't have all day. So I want to say thank you to all of you for joining us today. Thank you for the insights you've given our audience around the world. Finally, thank you for all the work that you're doing with your schools and with your districts. And with that, I will say back to you, Anne. Thanks for taking part.
John, thank you very much. And thanks to our panelists. That was an amazing conversation. And I just have pages of notes of all the great learnings and tidbits that you have shared with us. And I just want to encourage all of you who are participating in Zoom Academy to continue the conversation. We do have a live chat within our platform where you can continue to ask questions and comment. And then we also have some chat lounges, a teacher lounge, a student educator lounge, IT professional lounge, panelist lounge. So please, mingle and communicate with each other. Because I think the couple of the key takeaways that I think we probably all got from this conversation is that communication, adaptability, being flexible, breaking down the silos. There has been a rich tradition of online learning. And so there's a lot of, 10 years, decades, actually more than 10 years, decades and decades of content and best practices out there about how to do online learning. So if we could shift from that remote learning to that online learning. And so what's that going to take? It's going to take trust. It's going to take communication, more professional development, tools and technology to support that. And it's not a one size fits all. So a couple of the questions that came up are going to be answered in our next two panels. So we're going to take a break shortly, but when we come back, we have a panel that's called Learn Anywhere. And on this panel, you're going to hear from some of your colleagues who are going to talk about how do we really engage the student, the learner? how do we help improve the learning experience? And then after that, we're going to go into a Connect Anywhere panel. And our Connect Anywhere panel, we have some great experts and practitioners who are going to talk about how do you stay connected with your students outside the classroom, extracurricular activities. How do you keep the culture of your school going? How do you engage with parents? How do you engage with your community at large, your boards? So we have a lot of great content coming up. And don't forget that we also have tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be live training. So you get to go back to school. You get to earn a badge at the end of your training. We have specific tracks for educators. We have tracks for school leaders. And we also have a track for IT professionals and Zoom administrators. And then in the afternoon, we will have some optional electives that have been produced by some of our partners to help you be better prepared for the fall. So with that, we'll break and we'll take a break, and we'll see you at, well, I think 10:30 for our next panel. Thank you. Welcome back. We are about to join our next panelists who are going to talk about how to learn anywhere. Our first panelist talked about how to teach anywhere. So this panel is going to be all about how do you learn anywhere? And the topics are going to be, how do we improve student engagement? How do we improve the learning experience? But before we get started, I'd like to share with you a few notes about how we're running this, the Zoom Academy. You can go to the Zoom Academy platform, to our environment, and you can use that for live chat to ask us questions throughout the panels, and we'll feed them to our panelists. And then we can also, you can also join the live chat in different lounges afterwards too. So we want you to stay connected as a community and share some of your best practices. If we could get everybody on here, we would, but the audience has so much wisdom, and we'd like to share that wisdom. And then also too, after the Learn panel, we're going to go into the Connect panel. And the Connect panel is going to talk about how can you use Zoom outside of the classroom to connect with parents and with teachers, with other educators, and with your community at large. And there's some really creative uses of Zoom for that. So I think you're going to really enjoy that. And then don't forget, tomorrow, you can also join us for live training. We have 3 training tracks, one for educators, one for school leaders, and one for IT professionals. And at the end of your training, you will have the ability to take an assessment and earn a Zoom Academy badge. And then in the afternoon, we are going to have some more electives by some of our partners that are going to help you with tips and techniques and tools of how to improve student engagement and active learning. So let's see, any more housekeeping tips? I think one, this is being recorded and it will be live, and you can come back and view it and take your assessments later if you can't join the training tomorrow. So with that, I'd like to introduce our next panel, and that is being moderated by Dr. Sean Smith, who is the CEO of Modern Teacher. Sean, take it away.
Thanks, Anne, and welcome to our global audience. My name is Sean Smith, and I am the CEO of Modern Teacher. I will be moderating today's panel, Learn Anywhere, and we've got a real treat in store for you today. I like to use this visual to ground the way we think about learning in a virtual environment. A playlist used for asynchronous instructional design, the teacher's online classroom space, and synchronous instruction and engagement. For the next hour, I will be facilitating a discussion with 4 experts in shaping the student experience in virtual learning. And we are going to focus in on synchronous instruction, strategies that promote student engagement, and lessons learned from the past few months. You can follow me on Twitter at Dr. Sean K. Smith. The 2 slides that I just showed you are also available on Twitter at Dr. Sean K. Smith. And there are some great resources for blended and remote learning available as well. So let's get started. I am thrilled to be joined by 4 distinguished colleagues that I promise will share some amazing insights over the next 50 minutes about engaging kids in the virtual environment. Rushton Hurley is the Executive Director for Next Vista Learning. Dan Levy is a senior lecturer at Harvard University, and he literally wrote the book, Teaching Effectively with Zoom. Carrie Larson is the Executive Director, School Improvement and Design for ASU Preparatory Academy. And Martin Cisneros is the Director of Technology for Berryessa Union School District in California. Welcome, distinguished panels. I am so excited to dive into this topic. Student engagement is so critical. And Rushton, we're gonna start with you, and I'm gonna like to have you kick things off for us.
It is a pleasure to have the chance to share ideas as a part of what we are dealing with, right? I mean, the universe has tossed us some lemons, and we're going to make some lemonade out of it. I thank you to Zoom and to the fellow panelists, all the people who've been presenting, and the other groups as well. Love the kind of thoughts that are getting shared. But as we look at what it is we do, I think that we can take some very practical pieces from it. So as I go through the next few slides, I hope you'll get some ideas that maybe will give you some extra confidence for what you face this fall. Now, what I'm going to do to begin with is we're going to do a little activity. So eyeballs on the screens, and I'm going to show you 5 different pictures, just a few seconds each, and your job is to come up with a common thread that you see as we go through them. So here we go, first picture. And the second. a third, a fourth, and the fifth. And so the question is, what was the common thread you saw? What was it that in those pictures, you stopped and you said, well, it's about energy, or it's about light or hope, or whatever it might be. As you look through those things, you might have even wondered, well, what was it that Rushton was thinking when he chose them? Well, for me, the tie that binds was, I think they're all cool. And you might say, wow, that's so disappointing. I'd expected something fairly profound out of that. Well, let's go back and take a look at them again, see what we see. Isn't it cool when a kid walks into your learning space and knows that you're the kind of teacher who looks for more ways to explain things? If you don't get that, look at it from this angle. And they have the confidence that they can learn from you. Isn't it cool when in a sea of unremarkable experiences, they get into your learning space and they know that there are going to be really interesting things because you've gone to the trouble of crafting experiences for them? Isn't it cool when that one kid just starts paying attention, right? Isn't it cool when you've got the sweet anticipation that something you're about to try is going to work for a kid that you have been trying to reach for months, but you've been chipping away, and you know this next thing is going to be just what that kid needs to begin to see possibilities for his or her future? And isn't it cool when, as a teacher, you understand that getting better is a function of little things? Little things make us better. And in the midst of looking at a set of pictures or something like this, being asked to identify a common thread, what's the little thing? Well, I ask you for a common thread, not the thread that I use to get them. In essence, I wasn't asking, do you know the right answer? I was asking, what do you think? And that little change makes a big difference, because everyone is invited into a conversation when you ask about how they see something. When you ask for, do you know the right answer? What happens? I'll tell you what happens in most classrooms. Most of the kids defer to the 3 or 4 kids who always get the right answer. And our job is not to validate the living daylights out of 3 or 4 kids while everybody else watches. Our job is to get kids confident that they have something to contribute. And in the midst of the crazy changes that we're dealing with, there are certain things that we've begun to ask questions about that we have been needing to for a long time. Those things that we've been doing maybe for years, do they really help kids learn? Really? Is that worksheet really helping a kid understand something? Is it memorable in some fashion? But now we're looking at things like, hey, what if they're creating? What if they're going through an experience where they're building something? You think, well, if they're creating video content, they have to have their phone. Actually, in Zoom, you can record things. You can do all kinds of interesting video work just through a tool like this. By connecting to other people in the world, you can connect to people like Leo Johnson, a refugee from Liberia, who's done real well in Canada and is working to build the first library and learning center back in Liberia as a function of all that he's managed to do. And he can inspire your students like he did 3 of mine, just a few months ago. These are things we can do right now. And if you're in that space where you're like, but how do we give tests? Well, first of all, you stop and you ask what makes for a meaningful assessment. And if they are drawing connections by pulling things together and describing them to you in one-to-one conversations like this, that makes a big difference. Because when you change the audience, something important happens to quality, right? When students know others will see their work, they want it to be good, but when it's just for the teacher, they want it to be good enough. Did I get the grade, right? This kind of thing. And so we're in a space right now where we can take these challenges that have been like tossed our way and say, hey, we can make lemonade out of that kind of thing. We can make things a little better. My little nonprofit, nextvista.org, for the last 15 years has been gathering videos to highlight creativity in teaching and learning. And I hope that you'll give it a look sometime in the very near future and stay in touch. So my email is there. I answer every email I get eventually. And then there's like a number of different pieces there. Feel free to screenshot this one. You can come back to the slides if you want. But I hope that there's something in those ideas that end up being useful for how you think of what it is that we're facing now.
Rushton, that was great. And you said a lot there. So I want to try to unpack a little bit of this. We've got a big audience today of teachers. And if you were to think about one strategy to really engage kids in the learning process in the virtual environment for maximum impact, where would you have teachers focus? I mean, we're getting ready to kind of start the year. A lot of districts have already announced that they're going full remote learning to start in the fall. So if you're a teacher that is kind of joining us today and you were to point them to one place, one strategy to really just get them going to engage kids, where would you start?
With the simplest of technologies, thinking in terms of there are things that we can do that will be useful in both in-person and online instruction. So using visuals, for example, is very powerful. I'm a big advocate of videos, but a lot of people don't understand that it's easy to do videos. But if you think of just using pictures, that can be really powerful. So just as an example, let's say you're starting class, and this is how you start class. All right, everybody, the bell just rang. Let's settle down. And we'll now go over the main points of yesterday's class. And you know, the heart's in the right place. You want to like get people back in gear with the stuff that you covered. But the problem is not what you say, it's what they hear. And so if you say, we'll now summarize the main points of yesterday's class, what they may hear is, hey, I don't need to listen today because you'll give me the summary tomorrow. Probably not what we meant, right? On the other hand, if what we do is we say, all right, everybody, ready to start class, what I want you to do is turn to your partner and explain how what we did yesterday in class connects with that picture, go. Now, they may think, oh my God, what's that picture, right? On the other hand, here's the thing. If there is no right answer to the question, if there's no obvious connection, then they begin, you know, starting with something like, what did we cover yesterday? But now they're talking to each other about what those things were and drawing ideas together. And that makes a big difference, because what we want is for them to actively get into their learning. So you as the teacher move from being the person who spoon feeds them the review to just making sure they don't forget anything important. Those are simple things you can do. There's lots of interesting pictures on the internet. Right. And so being able to find some that allow you to say, what do you see in this? And if someone says, oh, well, you know, painted cars and they're halfway in the sand, and it's like the stuff under the ground is the stuff that people don't understand when they see that thing we began to talk about. I think there's a lot of possibilities in using just very simple technologies. And so that's where I'd start.
That's great. And let's bring in some other voices on the panel. So Carrie, you're the head of improvement in school design for ASU Prep. Tell us a little bit about where you would start, a strategy kind of to maximize engagement with kids.
I think giving them a chance to talk, and we've had a lot of success with using some other applications, well, within Zoom, sending kids to breakout rooms and letting them talk and not worrying a ton about if they're on topic. You can send them for 2 minutes and bring them back, but then they have so much more conversation sometimes when you just get them into a smaller group. And then for your more introverted kids, we've also had success with things like Flipgrid, where we send them out somewhere to record their own video, and then people can watch it later on. And that's a little lower stakes for the kid who needs some time to think before they're ready to share.
That's great. Yeah. And Martine, how about you? You're one of our practitioners in Berryessa School District on as well with Carrie. So where would you have teachers start if you were thinking about a strategy to maximize engagement with kids?
So I'm totally with Rush, and I love images, I love video, and it's the art of sketchnoting, especially with Zoom as we're going through content. And similar to what Carrie said, as we do the breakout rooms, and you know they're sketching away, and then you know showing that up to their partner or to their small group and saying, okay, this is what I'm bringing out of this. This is my meeting, and having that connection, because you know when we think about what is it that we want our kids to do? We want them to really get engaged and explore with the content, right? So I think, you know, getting back to the images, getting back to video, there's a multitude of tools that we can use, that we can pull from, and allow our students not only to express what they know to the teacher, but have them express what they know to different types of audiences.
That's great. So I want to move over to Dan, and Dan is a senior lecturer at Harvard, and he literally wrote the book, How to Teach Effectively with Zoom, or Teaching Effectively with Zoom, I should say, if you're going to look that up on Amazon. And Dan, let's turn it over to you. I'd like for you to kind of share some of your thoughts around this and kind of help us paint a picture around engagement and the student experience in an online environment.
Thank you so much, Sean. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank Zoom and all the event organizers for allowing us to be here. I think consistent with what the panel just said and how you, Sean, have introduced the session, I think as a teacher, we all want our students to learn. So being very centered on our students' learning is kind of the key, whatever way we do it. And so what I want to share with you today is a few things that I think could be helpful in using Zoom to engage each of your students and learn. So for the teachers in the audience, I'm hoping that you will gain one or two tips from this. The presentation is entitled Teaching Effectively with Zoom. It's the title of the book that I wrote. And I wrote that book because the remote experience in the spring was challenging for many of us. And so I hope that I gathered lessons that will be helpful for us, all of us as educators, to be able to use this coming year. So I want to start. I teach at a university, but I have lots of friends in K through 12, and I asked them, what are the key challenges that teachers are facing? And they gave me a long list, but here are three that I found particularly compelling. One is how to lead a good discussion, which I think is very important. Second one is how to do formative assessments. And the third one, how to build community. And we all do that in a physical classroom. The question is, how do we do it in a virtual environment? And so what I'm hoping comes out of this presentation is some ideas for how you tackle the first two. We only have 5 minutes, and so there's not much time, but happy to answer questions after words on some of the other challenges. So I want to start. I'm going to give you 3 tips, and I hope that at least one of them will be useful to you. So tip number 1 is to poll your students. This is incredibly helpful to know where they are, and it's very easy to do. So you could have a question that looks like this. Do you think this particular statement is true or not? And then maybe you have this as possible answers. So Zoom has a built-in polling tool where you can simply ask this question, and within a minute, you pretty much know what % of students give you each of the answers. And that's pretty powerful because it allows you to see where your students are. And I've learned the hard way that as a teacher, I don't always know that. This is a very objective way of measuring that. But there's this little trick that you can use Zoom for that I found to be very helpful. And it is that instead of using Zoom's native tool, you can actually ask the students to press a button at the bottom of the participant list. And what you get from that is now your list of students is showing you how each of them voted. So you can stimulate a discussion such as, Victoria, you just said yes to this question, and start that conversation in a way that would have been hard to do before. And then you can move to Hannah that said no to that question. And that I feel is a great way to stimulate a conversation and frankly, to do also formative assessments. So I'm gonna give you a second tip, which is use chat to find out what your students are thinking. As the teacher, I think a lot of us would love to go into a classroom and know what our students are thinking. This thought bubbles is one thing that I've always fantasized about. I don't know where they are. And so the question is, can you do that? And actually, I think using chat is a great way to do that. Now, the use of chat also has some drawbacks. So I don't want to sort of paint this as this is the only thing you should do. But I'm going to give you a few examples that I think illustrate some of the powerful ways in which you can use it. So here are some sample prompts. You can ask students, when you hear the term X, what are the first words that come to your mind? A little bit like Rushton was indicating with his pictures. What are the words that come to your mind? So if your students quickly type what they're seeing, you have a sense of what is their background knowledge on the topic. What is it that they are coming with? Another one, which is one that I use a lot and I like a lot, is you might ask, what questions do you have? And that allows many students to ask their questions, and it allows you as the instructor to choose which questions you answer and in which order you answer them. That would be almost impossible to do in a regular classroom because you have to go sequentially. You could also ask, what is one thing that you learned today? You could also, wouldn't it be great if we all left the classroom, last 2 minutes, we now know what all our students are thinking. And this I learned from a high school math teacher, which I found to be incredibly powerful. She teaches math, her name is Shoshana Constant, in Brookline High School. And she gave a problem to the students and said, send me the answer through private chat. So by doing that, she knows where her students are. She knows what misconceptions they bring to her math problem, and she can address individual needs much more easily than she could in a regular classroom. I'm going to give you the last tip, which is have students work in small groups. Carrie referred to this. I think this is one of the most powerful tools at your disposal as a teacher. Zoom has a very nice feature called breakout rooms. And if you combine the breakout rooms with a collaborative tool such as Google Slides, you actually get to see the work that your students are producing in real time. And then you can use that to leverage a super interesting conversation after they come back from that experience. So I am a little bit over the 5 minutes, apologies to our host. But if you are interested, I did write this book. I hope it would be helpful. This is our tips are there and more of them. And here's some information about me. And there's a website that describes the book. So I'm going to stop sharing so you can.
That's great, Dan. And while you're doing that, I want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. We know that America's best teachers, effective teachers, have a healthy diet inside the classroom of teacher to student talk, student to teacher talk, and student to student talk as well. I'm curious, as we think about architecting this virtual environment and really trying to get kids to do the heavy thinking, to do most of the speaking when we're live with synchronous instruction. As you think about that, any insight on the teacher planning process? Because I can't imagine that just doing this on the fly when you're doing some synchronous instruction with kids is probably the most effective. How do you go about thinking about planning for this? And how should a teacher reflect on their plans for live instruction as it relates to getting kids to do the heavy thinking and talking?
Thank you. I think that's a great question. I think where I would start is one of the things that has been most interesting and surprising to me in moving to the online environment is that there are more ways for your students to engage in the experience than they are in a physical classroom. And so one advice that I would give any teacher is as you plan your class, if you can think about, okay, I want to ask this question, I want students to do this kind of work, and then just reflect, what might be the best channel through which this work would happen? And I think that, to me, seems like a good way of proceeding. I will say that the most natural challenge, which is dialogue, which is just us talking with each other, is one in which I still think the physical classroom has some advantages over the virtual one. And therefore, I would advise you to think about more ways than just having students speak with you and with each other.
Yeah, that's great. Let's open it up to the panel for thoughts on this, because I know this is a real challenge for teachers as you think about this. Rushton, how about you? Do you have any thoughts on this? How do we get kids really doing the heavy thinking in the synchronous time when the whole group is together or in small groups or one-on-one with the teacher?
If you have changed what they are expected to do from something that's intensely individual, all right, write your answers on this one piece of paper, to make a presentation, that makes a big difference, right? So now they're thinking in terms of like, oh, okay, others are going to see this, like I was talking about before, but also because the kind of practice that's a part of that is actually far better for helping them make that learning memorable than if they are simply trying to get a particular score on a particular test. And they can learn through that process the very important skill of dealing with feedback. Right? So, okay, you put something together and you give it to several people and you get feedback, and it has to be meaningful feedback. That was great is not meaningful feedback. But if they have a suggestion, you write it down. If you don't like it, you say, thank you very much. If you do like it, you say, thank you very much. And then maybe you also write down, this is why I'm accepting this suggestion. This is why I'm not accepting this suggestion. And that can be part of the process.
Yeah, that's great. And I think one of the things I heard you kind of say in that is the intentionality around the tasks that kids are asked to do when you're in live instruction. And I think that's a critical part of some of the emerging best practices that we're seeing. Martine, how about you? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, for me, the first thing I think about is, make that connection. I think about agency all the time. Is how are we teaching our kids agency? How are we teaching them to learn, on their own? And how do we give this opportunity when we're live to show some of the things that we know? So I always tell teachers is, make sure you are teaching how you learn and give the students an ample opportunity of how they learn. So here's a really quick one. If you have a cell phone, grab it, stick it out, turn it on in selfie mode. And what you want to do is put your chin up all the way straight up. Yep. Make sure this is stretchy. You hold that for about 45 seconds. And then when you bring it down, turn over, smile, and take a picture. It's going to up your selfie game, ladies and gentlemen. Tips like this, because kids are like, I don't get that, Mr. C. Stables. Of course you don't get it, because you're not past 20. Once you get past 20, your body does something really amazing. It's, let's talk about gravity and body and aging. But long story short, it is a tip that a friend of mine who's an iPhoneographer to show me, say, yeah, that's how you up your selfie game, because you have that 2-second component where this thing, this wonderful thing you have here as you age gets a little bit lower. It'll stay up there for at least a second, so you have enough time to take that selfie. So really crazy things about how do you hook your students about learning. As you can tell, it's like, I get excited about learning. I get excited about teaching that. And that should come across when you are here. This is the only time you have them. Dan said it, really well. Russian said it earlier. We're not here. We're not going to be online for 6 hours at a time. No, but when you're on, you are on. Let's show that passion. Give those students the opportunities, right? Make sure that they understand all the tools in Zoom. Connect it, to your connect your tablet or your phone to it, and show us what you know. Show us how you're going to apply that information.
Yeah, I love that. And it's so well said. And I think one of the big things that we're seeing around the country with teachers is to not forget the joy of learning. And the teacher kind of sets that tone, both in the classroom and as well as in the virtual environment. And we're seeing some incredible stories from teachers all around the country with such creativity in the way that they're engaging kids, whether kids are doing book reports on a famous person in history, and they're dressing up and they're doing it in front of the class for, in the Zoom room and things like that. So just some really great stories around that. And joy is such a critical piece of this. And there's no question about that. It's why I want to now go to Carrie. And Carrie, I think what you're going to share with us is so critically important in this conversation. We've heard our first couple of panelists really talk about the engagement strategies around this, the ability to get kids doing the talking and the heavy thinking. There's another piece that I know is critical, and I know you're going to address that with us. And that's this idea of connectedness and social emotional learning, and how we build that community, because the heart side of learning is so important as well. So Carrie, I'd love to turn it over to you and have you share some thoughts on this work.
Thank you. So what I want to do is just talk a little bit about some of the things we learned from the spring at ASU Prep when we took our 3,000 or so students from brick and mortar to fully virtual, and things that have sort of turned from learnings into commitments for how we want to run school this year to create a more engaging student environment. So the first thing we're really thinking about is being a little more willing to take risks. So we found we solved a lot of problems before by, there's some inappropriate things in the chat, shut down the chat. And trying to now open some of those things back up and say, it's going to be okay. We're going to have some misbehavior, but we have to open up the classroom to make it a collaborative space. We don't want teaching to be like a webinar where the teacher talks and the kids call in and listen. We could do a flipped classroom and record lectures if that's what we were going to do. So opening things back up, we know that means there's misbehavior we're going to deal with, and we're going to have to work through expectation setting and those kind of things. But to build this really engaging classroom, step one is making it the kind of place where kids can chat and talk and screen share and really be themselves and open up. The second thing, I know this is talking about asynchronous, but it does connect back to the live engaging classroom, is leaning into asynchronous time makes that live time so much more special. It also makes it more manageable for your teachers to plan these phenomenal lessons and things to do with students when there's not so much of that time. It becomes the best part of the week for the kids and the teacher, their live time together. And then they get to go out and explore and do all these really great, interesting things when they're not with the teacher. What we know we're taking on when we do that is we're going to have to work on, what about kids who don't do asynchronous work? How are we going to help motivate students? How are we going to track this without asking teachers to grade every little thing students do asynchronously? And we will tackle all of those things, but our commitment is give the asynchronous time because it makes the synchronous time so much more precious and valuable. And then our last commitment is leaning into social emotional learning. We have to start paying attention, and the disengagement behaviors maybe are harder to see sometimes in Zoom, but we can watch for them. A kid with their head down one day doesn't mean anything. But if we're always paying attention, a kid with their head down every single day across multiple content areas, that's maybe someone we need to try to reach out to and check in with. The work we're trying to do to help students identify their emotions, talk about their emotions, appropriately express and regulate them, we still have to teach them that, even though it's a virtual classroom, because even a virtual workspace when they're in the future, virtual interactions are still emotional, and we still have to learn how to work through that. And really just realizing, in addition to social emotional learning, all things around executive functioning skills and self-regulation skills became so important, especially with our commitment to lean into asynchronous time. We need to build the skills kids need to be able to do that work on their own as well.
Yeah, that's really powerful. And I love how you frame the first two components of this. It's an interesting way to kind of think about it. It's why I started the conversation at the beginning of the panel with those three elements of virtual learning or virtual instruction. The idea of asynchronous or some type of instructional design playlist that kids will work through at their own time or place, if you will. But then that connection to the live synchronous instruction that becomes so valuable, and then leaning into this idea of connectedness. I'd love to hear a little bit more from the panel. Dan, let's go to you. How do you think about building your online community? We heard from the panel before us that connectedness and community were two fundamental themes in really getting this shift right. And I'd be curious for you, how do you think about that in terms of steps and practical strategies for teachers to build that community online?
Thank you. I think if there's one thing that's very consistent throughout education from K through 12 to higher education is the need to build that community, particularly in an online environment. Lots has been written about this. So what I'm going to illustrate in the interest of time is with a very, very quick example that I'm going to show you, but it's what you do before your Zoom live session. So before your Zoom live session, normally you would think, okay, they're going to come at 11, so that's when I show up. But you can open your classroom before your students can show up, and you can do things in that period that help build community. And so just as an illustration, I have a colleague, Teddy Foronos, who teaches with me, and he has a playlist that the students contribute to as part of something they build as a class, as a community, and he plays music from that playlist in the 10 minutes before class starts. I've seen many other educators do other things. They open the chat and they ask an ice-breaking question, or they ask students to interact with each other in breakout rooms and so on. So the physical classroom is no longer the constraint. So use the time that you have both before and after class to help create that community. You have to be more deliberate. There's no question about it. And hopefully these are 2 quick tips to allow you to do that.
Yeah, that's great. I think the intentionality around that is so critical. Rushton, how about you? Thoughts on just that online community, connectedness?
So that starts with comfort, right? Are people comfort in the setting? I think back to one of Dr. Levy's second tips, right? Where he had the prompt, what questions do you have? That's a subtle difference, right? Then do you have any questions? It changes the dynamic. And so you ask the question the right way, people are more comfortable. And one of the simplest strategies in terms of making, kids feel like they're in a space that's a good space for them, just smile when you start, right? I mean, one of the things that bus drivers know is that they may be the first adult to smile at a kid each day, right? And so if a kid's coming into your space through Zoom, you may be the bus driver, right? You may be that first adult who's like, hey, I'm happy to see you. That's important, right? And having those simple messages there and ready to go, it's not the kind of thing that's hard. We just have to make sure that it's in front of us. Sticky note on the screen, whatever it takes.
That's great. And Martine, I'd like to kind of engage you in this. I'm sure you've got some thoughts on this. And then I'd love for you to kind of give us some thoughts around the engagement side of this as well. And I'll turn this over to you.
Yeah. So, when we think about this, we're thinking about building agency through professional learning experience, and we're talking about everyone from the gambit, from the little guy all the way to the big gals, right? All the way through. And I think about this as how, distance learning is looking for everyone when I look at my community. And this includes definitely my teachers, but I'm looking at my, I'm looking at my administrators, I'm looking at my parents, I'm looking at my students, I'm looking at everyone. And especially my parents. My parents are to the point where they're like, just slow down. There's a lot of stuff coming out at us. And we are now that third or fourth teacher that my kid now has. So my teachers, of course, get back to me and they're like, Martin, we have, these 333 recommended, free ed tech tools. Where do we start? How is this happening? Because, this is what kids look like when they were skipping, school at the beginning of this calendar year. And this is what they look like at the bottom in March. So, my thought is like, okay, we need to continue to keep all of our stakeholders learning. So we think about agency, right? We think about agency and how do we develop agency? And basically is how do we get them so they can take ownership over their own learning? Because there's going to be quite a bit of that, as we continue on, as we develop the beginning of the school year with everyone going distance learning. So I want to make sure that there are daily components in their lives where they're learning a skill so they can continue doing this besides what they're learning in with their teachers, right? So when I think about agency, I think about the two different types of learners that I normally see. And the learner on the left is, the person who already knows themselves as a learner. They know what they need. They know how they're going to do it. And then we have the other learners who are now, trying to figure out, well, how do I explain this in different formats? How do I create? And the big component is, as I tell folks, is like agency is not built. It's not an app. It's not one program. It's built over time. So how do we do it? We do it by, of course, teaching discrete skills and scaffolding along the way. And yeah, when I think about this, it's like, yes, we need to help, develop our teachers. And it's like I'm telling everyone, welcome to your first year of teaching, right? This is the first year for everyone. I don't care what position you have. I don't care how long you've been in the game. This is brand spanking new for everyone. So how do we develop teachers, our staff, and that includes our para-educators, that includes special ed, everybody who's supporting our students. How do we, of course, then really dive into our students. And then of course, we cannot forget about our parents. So when I think about, the cycles of learning, right? The traditional, explain, apply, assess, which meant for us as an educator, oh, this is how we develop our lecture, homework, project, or then test, to flipping that around and start looking at how do we get kids to explore the content that we really want them to use? And how do we get them to apply and explain in different formats, in different styles for different audiences, right? So at the current moment, we are building micro learning paths, right? We're trying to develop multiple pathways for our teachers, our classified staff, and pretty soon our parents. So what I mean by micro learning is how do we take all the learning that we need to learn how to do, not only on the apps, not only on the curriculum, but everything, and then how do we chunk it, right? How do we chunk it to these 5 to 10 or maybe even 15 minutes? And then how do we give people that honor of saying, you know what, you've already learned all of this, but hey, look at all this new interesting stuff that's coming on board. So traditionally, professional learning meant that we took our 500 to 800 teachers, we stuck them in an auditorium, and everyone learned the same thing. And some of our teachers were like, not really, because I've already have learned that like 3 years ago, and why do I have to learn it again? So once again, multiple pathways, voice and choice, right? So the micro badging, and we're using Alludo as our platform to develop these micro courses for everyone. And why are we doing it? Many folks in our panel, talked about, well, there's the synchronous component, the asynchronous component. Well, the asynchronous and synchronous, they both have to be very powerful, right? So three things that I'm first going to target for the beginning of the year is to teach my staff how to engage with multimedia text sets. Because you're brand new to multimedia text sets, just imagine this: throwing away your lecture and having the students explore into multiple contents, whatever it is that you're teaching. And how do we build inquiry learning? How do we build curiosity with our students? Because a lot of the times when I used to ask students, I need you to explore this, they're like, what's exploring? Right. So
for a lot, when I think about student agency, I need to start thinking about UDL principles and, making sure that we get all of our students and in a multimedia text set, right? And this is a Google Doc, but it can be pretty much, developed in a lot of the platforms that we're using globally. But we're giving the opportunity for our students to listen, to compare, to define, to explore, to analyze, examine, and they explore the content. They start picking up ideas, and something, that caught my eye, what Rushton said in the beginning, is just even with like those pictures. Well, we can use a multimedia for the students to explore and then come back to Zoom. And this is where we do the hard questions. This when we start talking about, well, after you learn this, how do you apply it, right? Multimedia text sets, it's part of a HyperDoc. If you're brand new to HyperDocs, it's basically you build a digital lesson that you design and give to your students so they can do asynchronous. So when they come back to the synchronous component, they're going to have a variety of different explanations and different models of showing how are they applying that information. By the way, all of this will be available to you at the very end. So no need to take notes. But what I want people to understand is that these hooks, as I call them, engagement hooks, right? They build support for all types of learners. So I'm looking at your English language learners. I'm looking at your English as an additional language learners. I'm looking at your special ed as well. And then that takes me to Edu Protocols. If you have not done Edu Protocols, this is your moment. Edu Protocols are like you see here, are modern takes on some of our classic strategies, but digitized. And a lot of these you can do in a short amount of time, which means you can do them during asynchronous component, but you can also do them as an asynchronous slides as well. So they have tons of them on their website, but some of my favorite are like thin slides. What are thin slides? As you see here is a student creates a single slide, part of a large deck, where it contains one image, and all they have to do is put one word and one image on there. So an example, right? An example is something like this. Where the teacher creates this, and the students then say, okay, what are we learning? Well, here are all your resources, here are all your directions, and go. So what does it look like at the very end? Well, it looks a little something like this, right? Where you're not asking, hey, I'm just going to choose that person over there. No. You're now asking the whole the whole class to participate, and that is one of the beauties of Edu Protocols. You have the cyber sandwich, where students are working collaboratively, right? Whether with partners, and they're sharing notes and they're comparing, they're contrasting. The beauty about Edu Protocols is that you are diving in through a combination of standards. You're not just doing one thing at the same time. No. This is a different type of learning. This is a different time, an opportunity for us to dive deep into a variety of skill sets that our students are going to need. And what I'm going to end with is start creating your modern teacher toolkit. One of the things that I teach my teachers is, how do you teach the teacher so they can then teach the students. We also do parent trainings as well, and I teach the parents, how do you read the internet, right? So I'm going to give you a really quick. So reading the internet is, you're somewhere online as a teacher, you're trying to provide content, and you're like, wow, this is great information, but I need to break this down if I'm going to do this synchronously. So I use a wonderful little extension called Mercury, which allows me to take away all that different noise. The other thing that I use is, when I'm looking at this, is like, wow, this might be a little bit too heavy for my students. I wonder what reading level that is. Oh, this wonderful tells me it's around the 12th grade level. It's the Flinch Kincaid. Wow, what about that? Well, what if I have students who, if you've been teaching for a while like I have, you understand that you never get the perfect class where everybody comes in teaching or reading at the same level. So I love stuff like Resumer. So Resumer will take that information, use some AI in the background algorithm, and it'll chunk that information for me at different levels. Better yet, one of the wonderful things that I love about this program is, it's taking a little bit too long, but what it does, it chunks the information for me, but then I can then, post this out on the chat on Zoom as a PDF doc copy. I can also translate it. And one of my favorite things is, it has an analyze tool, once again, that, highlights the most important parts out of that particular text. And there are, I have like a tons of tools that I have here. And this is what I do. I take the opportunity to use Zoom to teach how to learn, which is one of the most important components. If you want to learn more about this other stuff, eduprotocols.com, hyperdocs.co. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, because I know I went over my time.
That's all right, Martine. There's a lot to unpack there. So if you're a teacher in the audience and Martine very quickly went through a tool that you love, we will make sure that we get this information out to you, and the recording will be available as well. So, it's so funny because one of the things that you said that I made a connection to, I was a first-year teacher in the mid-90s, and my Bible was Harry Wong's The First Days of School. And I think it just helped us really paint the picture of everybody's first day of school in March, and we need that roadmap. And so I think that was incredibly powerful on a lot of those things that you shared there. Carrie, how are you thinking about doing or supporting your teachers? I know we've got a lot of administrators on as well, and Martine went through a bunch of stuff with kind of staff development, professional learning for teachers. How are you thinking about like steps for this, August, as your teachers start to come back and collaborate together? How are you thinking about that? What's first? How do you prioritize stuff? And tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we are training our teachers right now, actually. So we're thinking about a couple things. The first sort of guiding principle for us for professional development is make sure we're modeling all of these things we're talking about. We want people to see in the classroom. Just a bad habit for PD is to lecture with PowerPoint. And sometimes in your lecture with a PowerPoint, you're telling people not to lecture with a PowerPoint. So we're really saying we're not going to do that. We're going to use playlists, and we're just going to let people go. And we're going to have asynchronous sessions where we let people just work through what they need to work through to help us also see some of the challenges. And I think it's helping us to see things they may need help with, see systems we thought in theory were going to work perfectly, but they don't. And we're learning that in professional development. So I'd say our big step one is run PD the way you want classrooms to look. And then the other thing I think is give teachers freedom. I think we had a great point made that, our more veteran teachers have sat through thousands of hours of sessions on student engagement. We have got to think about them when we're planning to, and what are we doing for them?
That's great. That's great. So we have about 10 minutes left. Our audience online has been thoroughly engaged in the chat. And I want to kind of bring in a few questions from our live audience and pose them for you. So Dan, the first question is for you. Is your book written for all grade spans? Is it helpful for primary teachers through kind of post-secondary, and kind of tell us a little bit about the audience for your book?
Sure, I teach at a university, so obviously that's a natural audience for me. But after seeing my daughters go through their school, I did learn a few tips from K through 12 teachers. I had a few K through 12 teachers look at the book, and I would say that by and large, most tips and things that are in the book applied from third grade on. There are some tips that are hard to implement for K through second grade, particularly if the students cannot independently do things like type or things like that. But if your students can, at the very least, engage in the computer, I think you will find that the book serves those purposes. And my goal in writing the book is to have some ideas that you can use. And it's very focused on the teaching and the learning with, of course, references to how you do it in Zoom to keep it grounded. But thank you for that question.
No, that's super helpful. We appreciate that. This question is for our two practitioners, Martine or Carrie. Lots of questions around what people are thinking about this hybrid environment as we think about the fall. So you may have some kids that are distance learning from home. You may have some kids in the classroom. Any insight into how you're thinking about that? And that's we heard from the first panel, and Michael Horn was talking a little bit about this, and the moderator did a fantastic job kind of eliciting these themes out. But more and more, I think we're hearing that a lot of districts are really grappling with this hybrid model and what it looks like. So maybe Martine, you could shed a little bit of light into how you guys are thinking about this, then I'll go to Carrie.
So it's getting back to how do we teach teaching strategies, because we're not here to teach tools, right? It's always about the task. How do we get our teachers to wrap their heads around that, whether we're going to be doing distance learning or, the time when we come back and start doing our staggered components where we're bringing kids part-time back in. It's really focusing on these teaching strategies, the ones that I just finished mentioning during my 5-minute spiel. And then how do we apply it across all disciplines? I think that's going to be very, very key. I believe the opportunity for having a hub, whatever your learning platform you're going through, making sure that not only are you bringing in, the people who are representing those particular programs, but also, really taking a good look at your key teachers, at your coaches, at your experts, right? One of the things that we're doing is we're really leaning into our English language learning coaches and teachers who've been doing this for a while, because they learn all these different techniques, throughout the years. And now we're helping them turning that into the digital mode. But, personally, I've been an English language learner educator for 30 years. And I tell folks is if you're doing these practices with regular students, these are just great teaching strategies. All you're doing is you're just pulling in all these different other components and you're learning how to do it online. So once again, take a look at what those strategies are. I'm gonna, if teachers are listening right now and they need a starting point, please look at Larry Ferlazzo's ELL Teachers Toolkit. It's a great book that you don't need to read the whole thing. You can just pick and pull and start using it tomorrow.
That's great. Carrie, how about you? How are you guys thinking about this hybrid idea where you may have some kids at home, you might have some kids in the classroom at the same time, and what does that look like for you guys?
So we went through a really simple activity with our leadership team. We actually have ended up now reusing it with lots of our different teams, is just to take what we felt like are the really crucial things you want to have happen in the classroom and break them out. So you want kids to have discussion. What does that look like live in the room? I'm going to put you in groups. You're going to have your discussion. What does that look like live online? I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the same discussion guidelines. What does it look like if I'm asynchronous and watching the lesson later on? I'm going to post those same discussion guides in Canvas. And, we're going to do kind of the standards you need to post, your thoughts and then respond to other people's thoughts. And we just sort of went through that with a bunch of different things. What does group work look like? What do presentations look like? What if you want it to be cross-modal groups where you're going to have some kids in the classroom, some kids live online, some kids calling in later? And that really helped it helped us see that it's possible. And the other thing is it helped us see how much work is it? And so how much live time can we really do? And how much time do teachers really need to plan when you're operating in that kind of system?
Yeah, that's spot on, I think. We've got another question from our audience. I'm going to send this one over to Rushton. Rushton, what's your thoughts on this? How do we get kids team building in a virtual environment? Any thoughts on that? Team building exercises in a virtual environment? And then maybe Dan, you can be on deck next on that one.
So I would start by getting teachers team building ahead of the beginning of the term, right? When we think about what teachers normally experience professionally, it's very isolated. And John Bailey from the Walton Family Foundation in the last panel was talking about leveraging, say, a rock star teacher who's really good at getting things out or whatever, and having others really focus on, the one-to-one check-in. So talking with each other about, what are you creating? We don't all need to recreate the wheel, right? So if what we do is we say, I'll create something along these lines, you create something along these lines, and, we can share it. I think getting that is a good move for teachers professionally speaking. For the kids, getting them to work together, I think comes down to saying, well, what is it as a teacher, what is it I would want to do, right? As part of the learning of this topic. And as you think about the things that are interesting in that, and you ask the students, oh, okay, how do you want to encounter this? So you've got a group, you've got a default assignment. The default assignment is to create a collaborative slide deck or whatever. And if by such and such day, you let me know you want to do it in a different way and I approve it, then you can do it that way. So giving kids choice in how they jump into explaining the different mastery of concepts, but also connections to other ideas as well.
That's great. And Dan, how about you? Thoughts on getting kids to team build in a virtual space?
I think, you can do it in a variety of ways, but the very concrete way in which I think can be enacted through Zoom is to use the breakout rooms. And I think being deliberate about how you want those groups to be formed is useful. So if you want the groups to be doing some work throughout the semester, then as Rushton is suggesting, then having those groups be fixed throughout the semester is a good thing. But I have to say that one of the things that I have found to be most interesting is to use the breakout rooms when you assign students randomly. The reason I think that works particularly well is that left to their own devices, students are going to gravitate to work with students that are similar to themselves. And doing it randomly sometimes matches students that they wouldn't have interacted in other ways, even in a physical classroom. And so I found that to be an interesting way of not only create team building, but also creating community around your classroom.
That's great. We've got another question. How are we thinking about engaging kids that might be in, let's say, engineering or woodworking, things that they have to work with their hands? It could be music. Any thoughts from the panel? I'll open that up to anybody.
I would jump in and just say that when you think about hands-on material, using video to capture moments of doing things, so if a kid's learning to cook something, and can draw a connection between that and something being learned, even if there isn't, kind of obvious connections, but just showing those pieces. So, like if a kid plays the guitar and can say, all right, here are 4 measures from this, and that song, those lyrics are about this and this, and therefore, right? Giving kids that space to be able to do something as opposed to just speaking or just writing, I think is really healthy.
That's great. Anybody else want to add in on that one?
Yeah, I just to piggyback on what Rushton said, I love the I literally just got into TikTok maybe like 2 months ago. I know I'm late to the game, but what I'm focusing on these people who tell you a great thing of how they're building stuff in 45 seconds, right? And it's that chunking of information. And in my head is like, how can I teach my students how to do that, right? Whether they're building something, whether they're doing something on a website, whether it's CAD or Adobe, whatever that might be. But, one of the things that comes in my head is one of the tools that we use in our district is Adobe Spark, and Adobe Video allows you to take a picture or video and just record that one piece of that process, and then they stitch it over a period of time. And when they do that at the very end of their project, whether the project is 3 days or 5 days or 5 weeks, they now have a document that shows their learning along the way, which I think is, once again, is how are we teaching our kids how to learn? And for me, I love the idea is like, what can I do in 45 seconds?
That's great. That's a really great tip. Carrie, how about you? You were going to jump in there and.
One of the things I've seen, and you have to follow, I know, state and district regulations, but we've seen a lot of schools where they're opening up their labs and opening up, spaces for kids to still complete, major capstone projects, because you can keep kids 6 feet apart in some of those lab spaces. They can come in and do the physical hands-on work if that's something that's allowed. And we did have one school that went as far as to deliver materials to some of our seniors' houses so that they could complete some major art capstone projects, because they'd had things well underway and, were students and, they had to sign out the equipment and all that. But I do think you can still get kids in the same place as some of that equipment to actually do the physical work still too.
That's a great tip. Yeah, it's a great tip. Here's another question coming in from one of our audience members, and this is great. We focused a lot on some great ideas, great tips, student engagement, the experience. Any thoughts on what to avoid doing in remote teaching and learning? So who wants to jump in on that one? Anybody have some good ideas on what to avoid?
I'll leap forward again. So I work with schools around the world, right, and on different ideas for how to make this happen or how to make that happen. And one of the common threads in rich schools, poor schools, urban schools, rural schools, big schools, small schools, is that teachers are afraid that in using technology, they're not going to use it well, and I feel I'll look stupid in front of the kids, right? That kind of thing. And the thing I would say to avoid is avoid feeling like a mistake is going to be a problem, right? Like for me today, my little nonprofit site went down today. And it's like, oh no, that's terrible. You got this huge audience. I was like, yeah, that kind of sucks, but moving on. All right, next thing. And if you are a teacher who in class, something doesn't go the way you want, and I mean in class, like online, it doesn't matter, right? If it doesn't go the way you want and expect, the kids are paying attention when something goes wrong. They're paying very close attention, right? And if your response is, yeah, didn't work, we'll go on to the next thing. You may have just taught the kids the most valuable lesson of the year. You can be an adult and not freak out when things go wrong, because a lot of them come from homes where when something goes wrong, adults freak out. So I think that just not worrying about that is probably a big weight off of a lot of people's shoulders. Don't worry. When things go wrong, just be the person who's like, oh well, next thing.
That's great. Yeah, I think that's some great advice. Dan, how about you? Any thoughts on things to avoid?
I just want to second what Roshan said. I think when we were moving to online learning, everyone had the notion that it had to be perfect. And frankly, I think online learning and online teaching is a skill that we develop, and whatever you do to develop your other skills, you could use to develop online teaching. I think one thing to avoid, and panelists from the previous panel talked about this, but I think it's an important one, is don't try to reproduce what you do in the physical classroom online. Try to think about what values are important for you in the teaching of your students and how you can enact them online, but don't try to reproduce the practice. And so I like a lot the exercise that Carrie was describing before, where they went and, okay, for us it's important on how we lead the discussion. Let's see how that looks like in each of these environments. And let's think about what is it that we want to get from a discussion, because it might look very different in the different environments.
Yeah, that's great. And I think to follow up on that, one of the big questions, and I hear this time and time again over the last couple of months, our pre-K, our kindergarten, our first grade teachers, they need ideas around this because it's a very, very different audience. Anybody have thoughts on engaging and the student experience when we're talking about our primary students, first, second grade, kindergarten, pre-K? Anybody have any ideas, or what are you guys doing? Maybe Martine or Carrie. I know you guys are both in districts, so thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll jump on this one. So one of the things that we talked about after looking at what happened between March and the beginning of summer, something that was brought to light is we need to teach who's at home how to do a lot of the strategies that we normally would do with aides or paraeducators or specialists who would come in the classroom. And I think that's going to be a very key component. Once again, is how do we teach our parents, our caregivers to our kids? Because I'm smiling right now because I need to order some equipment as soon as this is over. But it's the whole thing is like, okay, we're moving away from the regular laptop and we're going to go to the hybrid model where kids are now able to use their built-in stylus, right? Their built-in stylus, so they can actually do stuff in one point. And for our parents, we did some parent webinars every week when this whole started, so we can also start teaching them, oh, by the way, here are some resources that you can do when they're not doing their school work. And the feedback that I got was like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And it wasn't, these were just information that, anyone who's on social media is picking up along the way, but they're so appreciative. And we've all seen this, right? All teachers were heroes at the beginning of this. And of course, it's been sliding because people want to get back to work and they now understand how hard it is to teach, especially with the little. So my suggestion is, whatever those wonderful strategies you normally teach in the classroom, to make sure that on your parent side, whenever you have those, communications with them, make sure you're teaching them about those skill sets as well.
Yeah, and I think you hit on a key point there. It's really hard if you've got parents working. And whether they're out of the home working or they're in the home and the parents are on Zoom calls because they're having to do their meetings and things like that. So it looks like I've got time for our last question. And I'd love to hear from each of you on this one. We know that the delivery model for teaching and learning was fundamentally just disrupted over the last couple of months. What gets you most excited about redefining the student experience going forward? And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% remote. And I know that many districts are potentially starting out that way. But as we kind of use this opportunity to redefine and reimagine the delivery models for education across the globe, what gets you most excited about this? Let's start with Rushton.
So I was struck when talking to a colleague at a school in Cape Town, South Africa. All right, Parklands College. It's this amazing K-12 school, pre-K to 12. And I was asking him, hey, how is distance learning going? And he said, too well. I said, wait, what? He said, it's going too well. I mean, we've got people who they don't want to come back to the campus. I said, wait a minute. They don't want to come back because they're worried about the virus, or they don't want to come back because this is working better for them? He said both. So for me, what's exciting is that this is an opportunity to realize that kids for whom the social dynamics of a classroom have been a brake on their learning may well have been, this is maybe the opportunity to cut loose a bit, right? This is an opportunity for us to stop and say, what is it that really connects? One last thing, I'll also toss two things into the chat for the Zoom team to pass along for that question about the K-2 crowd. Kinder Rockets, kindrockets.world. Ben Cogswell's work is amazing, and the Twitter hashtag K2CAN2, K2CANTOO, is a great way to find some great resources for that.
That's great. Thank you so much. Carrie, how about you? What gets you most excited?
All the really amazing things we're going to be able to see folks do now. And I think, in the spring, people got thrown into it, but, I watched a teacher like making and breaking a 5 on a pan with refrigerator magnets. Like, people are going to come up with amazing things to do, both through technology and just physical things in their home, because they're great problem solvers. And I think our job as those of you leaders on the call is trying to give people resources and structure, but not so much structure that we keep them from coming up with these really great ideas. I think we're trying to constantly reevaluate when we're making guidelines and rules. Are they the right ones? And then I use my 2 seconds on the platform to say, like, teachers, you are doing enough. Just try to do 1 or 2 new things every week or so, and you're going to get there. Like, you may have a beautiful vision of where you want it to be, but you are absolutely doing enough with what you're doing right now.
That's great. Really appreciate that. Dan, how about you? What gets you most excited? And I'm told I've got less than about a minute, so.
Okay, so very quickly and consistent with Carrie, I have seen educators innovate in this period more than I had seen ever before. And I think the constraints that we're feeling right now are in some way great for innovation. And I predict that some of those innovations will survive this time in which we are having to deliver in this way. I can already think about other strategies that came now that I would use in physical classroom or hybrid classrooms in the future. And I came up with those strategies literally because I was constrained.
That's great. Yep. And Martine, how about you?
At the end of all, I love the fact that we are now redefining what school is for all of us at this time. Reimagining the school day. I think it has brought that forward. For those of us who've been, playing in this field for, the past few decades, we understand the benefits. But I think now globally, we'll be able to do that as well, because we're seeing our system, what works, what doesn't work, and what needs to be improved. And this is the opportunity for us to reinvent our schooling for all of our students.
That's great. And it's a great way to end there. We certainly appreciate our panelists today for sharing their insights and tips and tricks for engaging kids in this virtual environment. Thanks to the team for Zoom for putting this on. We really appreciate it from panel number 2 here, Learn Anywhere. I've certainly appreciated moderating this conversation. My name is Sean Smith, again, CEO of Modern Teacher. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Team Zoom.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Martine and Carrie and Dan. and Rustin, that was a fabulous panel. We could have talked all day. There were so many great examples there. And don't worry, this is being live recorded. We also are putting a lot of the information that they shared in the resource center for our the Zoom Academy website. So please check back there and also continue the conversation. There's places that you can go to chat with the panelists, but you can also chat with some of your peers. And don't forget to use the live chat recording on the Zoom Academy site to continue to ask questions. Let's see, so tomorrow I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, well, first our next panel is going to be a Connect panel. And that panel is about how to use Zoom outside the classroom, how to connect with your audiences that are, well, your students, your other teachers, your parents, the community at large, all the people that make up the social fabric of your school community. So great examples there. So stay tuned for that. It will come up right after I finish talking. And then tomorrow, don't forget, we have live training. So it's your chance to go back to school. It's your chance to pick whichever training you like, if you're an educator, or if you're a school leader, or if you are an IT and Zoom administrator. And then you also have the opportunity to earn a badge. And so we're issuing our first Zoom Academy badge. And then after the Connect panel, we'll take a 10-minute break. And then you're going to hear from more of my Zoom colleagues. And you're going to hear about our commitment to education and the fact that we are continuing to innovate also. We are listening, we're learning, and we are continuing to innovate our products and our services. So you'll hear more about that on the Commit panel. And then at the end of the day, we have a lovely surprise for you. During all of this, we've had a sketch artist, and Karina has been behind the scenes creating some great sketches, visual sketches that she's going to share with us in a time lapse at the end of the day. And then we'll also be making it available on social media and also on our Zoom Academy website. So don't forget to go out and use social media, use the hashtag ZoomEDU, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. So now I'm ready to go to the next panel, and I have the extreme pleasure of introducing John Bailey, who was also a panelist on our earlier panel, but we asked John to convene this and moderate this panel. So John is a visiting fellow for the Walton Family Foundation, and he has a lot of different things that John's involved in. So John, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce your esteemed panel.
Hi, welcome. Thank you to everyone for joining us for this part of Zoom Academy. I mean, needless to say, in these uncharted times, building quality connections is more important than ever before. And we have a great panel today of educators and leaders. We're going to discuss how to better connect with students, families, and the larger community through their shared experiences and the variety of programs that they offer. We have a fantastic group of teachers and leaders with us who are on the forefront of using Zoom in their communities. I'll be introducing them as we go and also inviting them to add any other information about their backgrounds that's relevant to just giving you a sense of the perspective in which they'll be bringing. But I also want to remind you, the audience, that we're monitoring the chat closely. So send us your questions. We want your questions. It's going to help make this panel even more engaging and more relevant to you. Please note that if you would like a question put to one person, just use the @ symbol and the name of the person you want to go to, or we'll just take the question and we'll toss it out to the whole panel. So first, I am so pleased to welcome today Brian Miller. He's been an educator for over 15 years. He's also served as the Director of Education Technology, and he's the Senior Director of Global Strategic Outreach at Wonder Workshop. They're the creators of these adorable robots, Dash, Dot, and Q. Brian, thanks so much for joining us today. So many people think about Zoom as a way of facilitating instruction. We talked about that in Zoom Academy in some of the earlier sessions. But what other types of connections can Zoom and interactive video conferencing help facilitate? How are you using Zoom to facilitate connections outside of your classroom?
Absolutely. And, being an educator for, as you mentioned, over 15 years, and now transitioning into a world that is a part of the startup world, and working very closely with schools and districts, I see a lot of what teachers are doing on a daily basis. And I'm very involved in what they're doing on a daily basis through keeping connected on social media now that, we're all trying to keep connected virtually. So one of the things that, or a couple of the things that I've been doing and we've been doing, you know, in my world, but then also at Wonder Workshop, is really finding ways to be able to collaborate with teachers, students in classrooms. And we do that in a number of different ways. And a great example of that, one of the ways that I've been doing that recently is we most recently just trained about 30 teachers in a virtual classroom environment through the Infosys Foundation. They run a program called Pathfinders. And I'll go, you know, and share a little bit more of those details later, but that is one big area is, you know, self-instruction, directed instruction to a group of teachers. Also, virtual conferences is another big one that we are doing a lot of. We just held our most recent one in April. We will be doing another one coming up very soon in the month of October, where we had over 6,000 educators that were using video conferencing like Zoom and Zoom to be able to do all of those pieces. And then finally, a big piece is summer camps. And how are we keeping students and families engaged through learning during the summer months and keeping them connected in computer science and robotics? And for us, as that being our company, it's very difficult to do that since a lot of that is hands-on. So fortunately for us, we came out with a new product called Dash's Neighborhood that allows students to code robots virtually through a simulator, and using Zoom to power all of that technology along with our partners that's running the camp program with us. So all of those pieces are just, you know, some ways that I'm currently using Zoom on a daily basis, besides having meetings in my day-to-day in and out of just operation from afar.
That's great. I mean, just one quick follow-up question, but just, I mean, taking something that is a traditional physical experience of a summer camp, I mean, what were your sort of core lessons about converting that into more of a digitally enabled type of experience? What were some of the big lessons you draw away from that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's such a great question because, you know, I've seen and, you know, I've been in the camp world for, you know, almost my entire life. And one of the biggest pieces that we were looking for when trying to take something that is very physical, everyone is, you know, in close proximity in a physical environment like a camp, and making it virtual was bringing the feeling of summer camps to the virtual world. And trying to, you know, do things like crazy hat days or theme days, and trying to bring the fun out of it instead of just it being, you know, a teacher on one end and instruction on the other by the student and having them follow steps. We really worked hard on bringing that camp atmosphere into the virtual world. So doing fun days and doing fun activities and really taking the things that you would typically experience in a physical camp environment and bringing them virtual was something that we really focused on to make this program a success.
That's great. Thanks so much, Brian. We're going to come back to you. Now I want to go to Ellie Mitchell. She's the director of Maryland Out of School Time Network. I mean, Ellie, you've worked to both increase the availability of after-school programs as well as improve their quality. And obviously, COVID and kids being at home is just sort of upended what's in school, what's out of school. But how has COVID changed the whole idea of what after school is? What are you seeing and learning?
Thanks, John. Like schools, after school programs are also learning to pivot. And as usual, we are relying on young people to be part of that solution. So I'm going to share a few slides here. Hold on just a second. There we go. Let's go from the beginning of that. Here we go. So as you mentioned, I am the director of the Maryland Out of School Time Network. We are one of 50 statewide after school networks across the country that are supported by the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation. We also serve as the National After School Association affiliate for Maryland. And we wanted to share with all of you some exciting free resources, including the Summer Activity Guide, which has 150 age level appropriate activities that can be done either in person or virtually, and the new Mizzen by Mott mobile application. And that brings high quality curriculum and content into the palm of your hand, including material from National Geographic and Jazz at Lincoln Center. The After School Alliance also has some really great resources on its website about reopening, virtual learning, and more that I think many people would find very useful. I'm a big fan of a framework called Positive Youth Development, which is an asset-based approach that focuses on youth voice and choice. And so my examples today are youth-led, focus on peer-to-peer interaction and elevate youth voice and decision-making. So celebrating milestones is very important to young people, and youth leaders at Wide Angle Youth Media, which is one of my favorite after-school programs in Baltimore City, organized the 2020 virtual prom, which was held May 9th. The prom was open to all students, Baltimore and beyond, and the event included live virtual performances from up-and-coming musical acts and was even featured on CNN. I highly recommend checking out the blog, What Virtual Prom Means to Me, by the lead organizer, Destiny Brown, that is on the virtual prom event page on Wide Angle's website. My colleagues at the Rhode Island After School Network supported a series of town halls by young people collaborating with adults. The young people developed their mission and goals using Jamboard and conducted a survey to find out what their peers were feeling about the pandemic and local, the topics of the day, including racism and the protests. They used the town hall in a Zoom platform to lift up youth voices in that safe space. And while teachers are working hard to figure out virtual instruction, I think a good move is to leave it to the digital natives. Kindling Curiosity was created by 8 sophomores at Montgomery Blair High School. They offer free 1-hour virtual lessons and Q&A sessions via Zoom on subjects like competitive math, debate, English language arts, Python programming, ballet, history, and biology. And they are now serving students all over the country that are both their peers and younger students. And my last example is from the Vermont After School Network. They do a lot of youth leadership work, but they have a Youth for Youth initiative that uses a participatory budget process. They pay local artists, youth, and community members to do craft and hobby sessions on Zoom, but the young people propose the ideas, they vote, and then they're invited to the sessions that are chosen. And so there are any number of ideas that young people may get excited about: dance parties, service learning, entrepreneurship, social action, philanthropy, pitch contests. But the important thing is to start by asking young people and then get out of their way as they lead their own learning and help build connections using tools like Zoom. I will stop sharing at that point.
Thank you, Elliot. Elliot, before we go on to the next presentation, I just want to drill down a little bit, because I mean, so many people think of after-school programs as something adults organize for children, for students, and you're saying no. Like, this is a great opportunity to bring students in both the design as well as the execution of it. Like, so we have a lot of different people listening in right now, watching, that are at different starting points. What would you recommend as a good starting point for how to bring in that youth voice and activity into designing these type of programs?
Yeah, it can be simple, and it really starts at all age levels. So it could be just a quick poll or survey. You can poll in Zoom all the time, just to say, well, what are we going to do today? Making sure that you check in and check out every day, and during those check-in and check-outs, you can get a sense of what worked and what didn't, and then pivot and change according to youth interests. Those are really just really basic levels, but I think the more we give young people the reins of the technology, the more they are going to be engaged and want to stay in the rooms with us.
Yeah, it's so that's so important, because I've heard, just anecdotally, talking to students who are just tuning out because it's not interactive. It's just video that's being broadcast to them. So keeping them engaged is so vital to making sure that there's some learning going on as part of this. That's great. Elliot, we're going to come back to you. For now, I want to go to Dr. Shrung Lee. How did I do? Did I get the name right?
You did great. You did great.
This has been the most stressful I've been all day. So Dr. Lee, you are the Director of Educational Technology at the Archer School for Girls, which is an amazing school. COVID has forced the Archer School to rethink every facet of your school day. So how are you using Zoom to facilitate connections with your community?
Thank you, John. And thank you for the opportunity to share with all of you what we do at Archer. After a swift and almost a seamless transition to remote learning, we were able to continue our academic programs to their fullest in over 70 Zoom classrooms across greater Los Angeles. However, we all felt we were missing our beautiful campus and our warm and dynamic community many of us call a second home. Our leadership team quickly started to strategize how to keep the community connected and inspired in the time ahead. Connection also happened to be Archer's theme of the school year 2019 to 2020. We strived to leverage Zoom as our digital venue along with other digital and non-digital tools to keep students, parents, faculty, and staff connected to our school culture and keep our tradition and the legacy alive. Following the 3 tenets of building connection, which I will illustrate using some examples. Right after we transitioned to remote, our leadership team started to host a routine parent connection meetings using Zoom webinar for most effective and timely communication with our families. These meetings were mostly informational to keep parents informed about what we have been doing and any upcoming changes with regard to scheduling, grading policy changes. We used the Q&A with upvoting enabled to answer live questions that parents were mostly interested in. Another important component of these sessions were exciting and innovative things happening in our classrooms and the community. One simple example here is this is a 6th grade string instrument class. Students were experimenting with water xylophones. We collected a lot of examples like this to share with parents. From the feedback we received, parents were very satisfied and happy with these sessions and wanted more as they helped with gaining a renewed sense of calm and connection. Another type of parent connection event we offered was Calm is Contagious sessions with our school counselors, members of the wellness committee, and parents. These were offered using Zoom meetings for more interactive experiences and breakout room discussions. There are 3 main purposes of these sessions: psychological education, how to be best role models for children under crisis to quell the contagion of stress, and breakout room discussions around how to parent in the remote world, time away from digital tools, and so on. I'm going to stop sharing my slides and I will continue with a couple examples with some live video clips showing. After remote, there seemed to be a cancellation trend. A lot of art programs were canceled. At Archer, we believe extracurriculum activities and arts are a holistic part of a child's education, and we ventured to keep them going. The drama queen performance was an example, as you could see it playing as I speak. It is a student-driven class project. It is also part of Archer's legacy of using comedy for community bonding. The students performed in a Zoom webinar with all their names renamed to their characters. And it's a very neat Zoom feature. We also did a dress rehearsal using Zoom webinars practice mode. It is a lunchtime performance. We broadcasted it to our entire community. Parents, grandparents, faculty, and staff who normally would not have been able to attend were able to actually see the show live. Because the storyline resembles our shared experiences on the remote, it created a great sense of empathy and a connection through laughter and tears. That was a highlight for a lot of us for the week and the weeks to come. Another example I would like to share is our virtual graduation ceremony, the last 1 minute or so of which is playing as I speak. We received many compliments and much gratitude from students, parents, families, and friends for this event. Some said it was the best graduation ever. One attendee said in the chat box, such a beautiful event to witness It is so much better than my doctoral graduation. We actually hosted this in a Zoom webinar that was broadcasted to 1,000 attendees, the maximum capacity of our webinar. When the girls of class of 2020 heard that their graduation was set to be a webinar, there was a sense of disappointment, which I understood because of the features of a webinar. We decided to listen to the girls and find a creative solution. Thanks to Zoom's versatility and nimbleness, we were able to actually have the entire class of 2020 join as panelists. So they could see and connect with one another and had a shared experience before moving on to the next chapter of their lives. And additionally, with some advanced practice, we were able to actually create a dynamic, authentic live weaving session at the end, where every girl came to the first page of a Zoom window to be seen. Okay, that's all I have for now. Back to you, John.
For now, that is great. Dr. Lee, I mean, you just covered such a broad array of uses, everything from graduation and concerts and just, so, I mean, obviously, you all have been using this type of technology for quite some time. For a school that is just starting out, is there one activity that you would encourage them to start with as a way of just tipping their toes into the Zoom water, so to speak?
Oh, great question. I think start with something that they know it has worked really well, and really try to leverage Zoom and other digital tools to basically create a shared experience. This is what I see Zoom is oftentimes a lot of work that we would do asynchronously. We don't, it's harder to see a whole big picture, and Zoom is a venue for us to have shared experience. And we're able to see when we all take care of our parts and we put it together, and it's beautiful. So that's what I would recommend. Something really work well that you know for your community.
That's great. Dr. Lee, thank you. We're going to come back. It's now my pleasure to bring into the conversation Martin McGuire. He's the Director of Educational Technology, Digital Solutions, and UX at the Chicago Public Schools, one of the largest school systems in the United States. Martin, I mean, you've done amazing work and have amazing challenges, frankly, within the Chicago Public Schools, but you've also helped to catalyze how other city agencies are thinking about using Zoom and interactive video. So what are some of the ways that you've used Zoom to strengthen community connections with city residents? And then how has that sparked and inspired other agencies to use it too?
Thank you to Zoom for putting this Summer Academy together. I appreciate being invited and to have the opportunity to share with you some of the things that we're doing in Chicago. So I have a video that will roll as I kind of talk over the video. So there's no audio associated with it, but as the video rolls, I'll kind of describe some of the different things that we're doing here in Chicago in relation to Zoom. And I know that I'm not seeing, let's see, sorry, I'm not seeing the video yet, so here it goes. So in Chicago, we joke pretty consistently that we have two seasons in Chicago. We have winter and we have construction. And Chicago being over 230 some odd square miles rather, we've used the Zoom platform consistently to bring people that would otherwise have to drive across the city, either during winter months or during construction season in Chicago to attend a 1-hour meeting. So it was really kind of crazy back when what I like to refer to as the before Zoom era, BZ, how people used to come together. And professional development was one of those ways people would come together, travel across the city, drive for 3 hours to attend a 1-hour meeting. So we started using it for professional development in the very early stages. As time moved on, we started using Zoom for our virtual board meetings, which we started back in March, of course, and was very successful. And then the question came up from city colleges and the Chicago Transit Authority, City Council, different groups on what we were using and how we were doing it. And of course, Zoom was the answer for most of that. And this video here is most appropriate right before lunch, live from the heart. we do live open heart surgery, which we couldn't actually share with our district without the Zoom connectors, the H323 connectors that we're using as part of the video conferencing solution. Here's some other STEM activities that we do here in Chicago. You can see different polls being used, different connections that we make to museums from across the country. So we're using Zoom to bring in subject matter experts from institutions from across the country directly into our classroom. Zoos, museums, aquariums, authors, subject matter experts of all types that bring subject matter experts live and direct into the classroom. And it's very impactful over the remote learning period. We have a learning object repository in Chicago called Safari. So all of these recordings go directly into our learning object repository and can be shared with the district afterwards. We're using an organization called Streamable Learning, which they're out of South Carolina, that help us logistically pull all of these events together. This past year, we've probably done close to 1,000 Zoom events. Specifically for the classroom, we've done just shy of 700 events. We recently got into actually doing virtual college fairs along with some of the museum visits that we're doing. So we're now connecting students with college and universities that they may otherwise not see come through their doors at their school. So that's some of the things that we're doing in Chicago. We're working with a ton of institutions, just to name a few: the Museum of the Rockies, the Mex House Museum in Austin, Texas, which delivers some fantastic content. Ocean First, which is the underwater shark exploration. So if you can imagine, using Zoom to connect your students to underwater researchers off the Gulf of Mexico, very exciting. Charleston Jazz, the Texas State Aquarium, the First Division Museum here in Illinois, the Smithsonian American Art Museum, Code Joy, which does a lot of our robotics and coding programs with a fantastic organization, and the Alaska Sea Life Center. And we used to in Chicago, John, if I could just end with this, so many years back when I was working at the school level before I came to the district central office, there were a total out of our 600 schools, there were a total of 3 schools that had video conferencing available to them and that can make these type of connections happen. And ever since we brought Zoom into the district, now every one of our schools has the opportunity to connect with any other school or any institution anywhere in the world. And it's really been, I hate this term, game changer, but that's exactly what it's been for Chicago. It's been a game changer. And it's really opened the world to subject matter experts to be brought directly into the classroom. So thanks to Zoom for all that they're doing.
Gosh, Martin, I have so many questions that we'll probe into, I think, is part of it. But one of them is, I'm just struck by this notion of bringing in aquariums and zoos and Smithsonians. How do you go about that? Is there a directory of like museums and zoos that are on Zoom, or do you call the museum and say, hey, we'd love to bring you in, and by the way, if you need some training on Zoom, we'll teach you how to do that? Like, just walk us through, like, what is it like to kind of either find those opportunities, but B, set it up for success too?
That is an excellent question. And I'll tell you, so many years ago, again, this was a BZ type situation before Zoom. We had 2 institutions that we would connect to. And one was NASA and the Museum of Science and Industry for a program that we call Mission to Mars. And it was an imaginary mission to Mars that students would coordinate. And we'd connect to NASA at the end, and you get to talk to NASA engineers and scientists, astronauts even. But it was one event. And the event was a grant provided to us through NASA, and it was like $1 million award, but only 30 schools were able to take advantage of that one event in Chicago. So we knew there had to be something different. There had to be a better way. The other event that we did was a news literacy program out of New York. And again, it was just a one-off that we did within the schools. I think that year we had our best year ever. We had 100 events that we delivered to schools between those 2 programs. But 600 schools and just shy of 400,000 students, we needed to do more. So what Zoom afforded us was the opportunity to not have to rely on old legacy H323 type technology. That gave us the ability to either connect to these institutions and teach them, as you mentioned, to bring them aboard, have them connect with, and we started doing better. We started bringing more people in, subject matter experts, authors, and things like that. It wasn't until we met up with the team Streamable Learning out of South Carolina that they had the catalog, that they were committed to using Zoom, and they had a catalog of over 150 different organizations when we met them that they were working with. So we, basically what we did was it really alleviated a lot of the time and effort that we had to put into actually organizing these events and getting them all set up and getting people trained. They took on that responsibility, and now we are offering probably this year we'll offer 700 events to our students from probably, I want to say 300 organizations, if I include all the colleges and universities we're going to be working with. So it's been a huge leap forward in Chicago in bringing these type of opportunities to every student in the district.
That's great. I'm gonna toss the same question over to Ellie here in a minute because of the same thing. Like whenever you're doing programs with after school, bringing in other partners, there's the whole challenge of your teachers and students may be more comfortable with the technology than the partners you're bringing in. So how have you seen that work, and how have schools approached that in terms of setting up these external partnerships?
Yeah, I think that that's always a challenge. Different school districts have made different choices about what platforms they're using. And so part of it has had to be partnerships aligning through what the district policies are with schools about the technology. And actually, I would recommend as we go forward that there be more flexibility in that and more creativity for sure. I also think, although those like national partners are great, I'm sure you're also using many local partners in Chicago. And I think that that schools can think about their after school and really now, we're talking about all these different alternative schedules. Having partners help fill in some of the gaps in terms of being able to support schools in giving high quality content. I'll give an example. In Maryland, the University of Maryland Extension 4-H. 4-H is everywhere. They are all across the country. They have incredible programs and they are great partners. And they have all sorts of unique ways of collaborating with classroom teachers or with after-school programs to bring both STEM content and other kinds of youth development content. So that I just throw them out as if you wanted to start somewhere where you can find somebody anywhere in the country to partner with, Extension 4-H is awesome.
That's great. Okay, great advice. I want to toss a question out to all of you because all of you are supporting complex systems, complex organizations with hundreds of people. And when you extend that outside, it's thousands at times. So obviously you have some power users. Those power users could be, to Ellie's point, a digital native. It could be a teacher that's been doing this for a long time. But you also have some folks that this is their first time ever using the technology. And so how have you handled that? How have you helped empower your super users, but also helped bring along some of the folks that this is new, because it can be scary, it can be overwhelming. So what were the support strategies you put in place? Who wants to go first? We're all calling you. Let's go with Brian first.
Sure, yeah. I mean, being out there and connected and seeing and talking to teachers, I speak to a range of teachers that are, ones that have been doing this for the very first time and just started and were pushed into this world of having to figure out how to use technology, to those that have been doing this for a while. And, I'm seeing a lot of schools take the time to, help train teachers, but not only train teachers, but also, meaning power users, we're talking parents as well too, right? I mean, getting that parent community involved, understanding how to use this technology. So how are they training them as well? So you're seeing, schools offer parent universities that will do some sort of training for those families, which has become very popular. Going through and actually taking the time now that schools have started to figure out what they're going to be doing for the upcoming school year. Now they're able to backtrack and say, okay, we're going to offer some opportunities for you over the summer to learn how to use some of this technology a little bit deeper than just, just the video connection. How do we actually become power users of this? And I think that that's where we need to move to, is getting teachers through professional development to feel comfortable using this technology, because let's face it, this is here, it's not going anywhere, and it's only going to become more, used as we move throughout the school year. So those teachers that have not yet gotten on board, are going to be starting at the beginning. So how do we get them up to speed? And one of the biggest things that I've seen is just the community of teachers that have come together and collaboratively worked together. Social media, Twitter, Facebook groups, they are blowing up on helping people get started and understand how to use this and do best and offer best practices to get them involved. And really coming together as a community to help make this work for the benefit of our students is the most important piece. So, you know, as long as we continue doing that, we'll be able to get teachers on board and prepared. But we know that this isn't going anywhere, and we want to offer the best learning experience to students over time. So we have to continue to offer these best practices and offer these sorts of professional development workshops and conferences like this that give teachers ideas on how they can use it in the day-to-day classroom.
That's great. Thanks, Brian. Ellie, I see you trying to get in.
We in Maryland, one of the first things we did training on for after school professionals was the safety and privacy issues related to Zoom. And so we wanted people to, you know, really be thoughtful and think forward about protecting both themselves and their student participants. And that's something that I think it needs to be done in an ongoing way. We also have been trying to just model the really good use of Zoom in our own town hall forums. Give people great orientation when you start out, saying, this is the tool, look at all the things it can do. Let's practice using these tools. And then show people as we go through things like how to use the polls and how to do breakout rooms and how to make things more engaging by doing it.
Ellie, that's like such a good point too, that you know, at some point, I remember doing this when I was getting trained to be a moderator at the Aspen Institute. They said there's only so much you can learn through a lecture or by reading about it. You sometimes just need to do it. You just need, you know, like at bats, using the sports analogy, and giving people safe space to try it and get comfortable with it and just go through the experience of it. So critically important. That's great. I want to, because during some of your remarks, again, totally unplanned, but I noticed that several of you, I think it was Dr. Lee and Brian, and I think Martin might even mention this too, the use of breakout rooms. And so often we just sort of think of like video, interactive video as like a one way, but you had this whole tool set to be able to separate a large group into smaller groups. How have you been using breakout rooms to help facilitate conversation and community in your areas?
I'll take on that one. You know, in Chicago, okay, we have many platforms in Chicago that we use. When Zoom came out with the breakout feature, it was really what face-to-face meetings. You have icebreakers, you have breakout sessions. You couldn't replicate that in the online space until Zoom came out with the breakout feature. At least in Chicago, we were having trouble doing it. This breakout feature has just taken off in Chicago specifically. We've gone from doing webinars to doing meetings for that breakout feature. People love to be able to break out people into subgroups. It allows them to handle an online meeting in the same format that they would handle an in-person meeting. And I think that's been a big hurdle for a lot of people to get over. And I think breakout rooms that are now available via Zoom has helped them to do that. And we're seeing it, just everybody wants to use the meetings for the breakout rooms.
Yeah. And if I may jump in, I mean, it was honestly, breakout rooms for me is a game changer. And you know, Martin joked about saying it earlier, game changer, but it truly is. And the reason why I say that is in my role, you know, as an education consultant and at Wonder Workshop, professional development is something that I lead up and am in charge of. And being able to take, you know, whether it's a group of teachers and push them into different rooms based on what their abilities are or the areas that they're working on, and to seamlessly be able to jump in and out of those rooms and check on those students. And everything that I do when I do professional development, I model for the teachers how it should be run in the classroom. And I'm not standing there just instructing them and saying, you need to do this. I'm actually going through and treating them as the students and me as the teacher, so they can see how I'm doing all of that sort of interaction. And just recently, as I was working with the Infosys Pathfinders program and training 30 teachers, and they were all working on different projects, I was able to, with a click of a button, get them into their groups, seamlessly jump between them, check on them to see how they're doing. If they have a question, the ability for them to raise their hand and have me come into their room and me be notified on that, or have the main channel open that they can jump back into if they want to, you know, join the larger group. it was just truly a magical experience. And if teachers are not currently using it, it's something that I highly encourage because it brings that level of collaboration. As Martin was saying, you know, typically instruction through video is very didactic. The teacher's the one speaking, the students are the ones listening. But the piece that's missing was the collaboration and getting them to work together in small groups, being able to chat and, you know, come up with ideas together. And that's something that we do at Wonder Workshop just naturally, is talk about collaboration, especially in computer science. And having the ability to do that now and make it so seamless has just been a huge piece. And it's something that I can't encourage more teachers to use.
Great. Dr. Lee, I saw you trying to get in.
Yes, breakout room definitely was, I think, one of the main reasons we decided to go with Zoom. Our teachers and students just love breakout rooms. And outside of the classroom, we also use breakout room for just many different small group discussion that traditionally, like traditionally we would do in the physical setting. I remember very early on after remote, Archer has a tradition of annual case study with college admission reps, and for that case study, our students will go to different college admission reps to talk with about their interests. So we were able to actually use a pre-assigned breakout room to pair up the students with special interests with specific colleges, so that after the main discussion, they're able to go into the breakout rooms and they have a more focused discussion. Our college guidance team, they're able to go into each room to check out, you know, how is this discussion going. And our director of college guidance, she was able to send out reminders through broadcasting to the breakout room, and the girls can ask questions. It's just so flexible and it's so just easy to use. Yeah, we use it a lot, yeah.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Okay, we have questions coming in from the audience. I just want to remind everyone that's participating in the Zoom, if you want to ask a question, just ask it in the chat feature, the question feature. Brian, this one comes to you. Can you give an example of activities you did to bring a camp-like atmosphere online? Any guidance there?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You know, as I mentioned, the camp-like atmosphere is for me the most important experience, being a former camper and camp director. So, you know, some simple activities such as bringing in like what we call color wars. And if you're a part of the camp world, you know that, where you have different teams break out into, you know, different colors and they are competing against each other. So doing things like that in that experience is one of those ways that we brought that camp atmosphere in. Every single day in our schedule, we had a different sort of theme day. So if it was, you know, a crazy hat day, all of the campers would be wearing these crazy hats along with those teachers as well, or the counselors who were doing the training. So trying to bring in some of those pieces into it was really important. And then also theming, you know, some of your lessons. So for us with a robot, you know, we play kickball activities, or, you know, we play, you know, hide and seek activities, or, you know, flashlight tag activities, things that you would typically see that campers doing inside of the camp world. We theme everything to be a part of that as well too. So that's just one of the ways that we bring it in into the camp world. But, you know, the biggest piece for us was partnering with a camp that was doing this in real life. So if you are a camp and you're looking to do this, we offer camp kits that, you know, you can bring all of these activities in that are already pre-designed for you. So, and it's not just for camps, it's also for after school programs. So as Ellie's mentioning, you know, running these after school programs for schools and for districts, you know, we can take all those materials and we schoolify them and make them after school activities. So now we're able to broaden the reach during the school year and getting students involved in coding and robotics. And for us, you know, that's the area that we focus on. And there's a lot of other service providers that have, you know, started to transition into that after school or camp market. But really being able to campify the experience, for me, being a former camper, was the most important piece that I needed to check off that list.
Love that. I love the idea of camp kits too. Do s'mores come with the camp kits, or is that Is that extra?
We can do virtual s'mores with some safe devices at home in the safety of your own kitchen. Yeah,
that's right. Do not start.
No, I'm not gonna tell anyone to start fires in their office or their own.
Yeah, that is not a Zoom endorsed activity. All right, great, Martin. We have a question. I think people are just listening to all these amazing experiences you're pulling into Chicago, and the question is. Can teachers from other institutions access the repository? And I'm not sure if they mean like some of the videos recorded, or if they could also join you as part of some of these activities too.
Yes, to both of those. We have an internal learning object repository in Chicago that's Safari, that's specifically for our staff, our students. However, the organization that we work with for these events, Streamable Learning, has their own repository. So if you go to streamableLearning.com, you could see a lot of the events that have been done. And you could sign up and become a subscriber, and then you would have access to all of the same events that we have in Chicago. I'll tell you what I like about that organization is that I'm probably on the phone with them once a week, yelling and screaming about what I want, what else I want. I saw this on TV. Can you find me this type of content? Or we meet with one of the organizations inside CPS, social science, and they say, why don't you focus on the Marine military base here in Chicago and work with them on some content. So if you don't see stuff that you like, make the request and they'll go out there and they'll find it. They'll pitch it out to their 150, 200 vendors that they currently work with and find somebody that can deliver that content, or they'll go out and they'll find a new provider. And we'd love to, we're on sessions all the time with groups all over the country, even in Mexico and Canada. Some of the events that they've done for us, they've been done in French and in Spanish. So we do one in English with the underwater shark exploration, great example. We did one in English, I think we did one in French and then one in Spanish. And when we did it in Spanish, we actually had kids on from a city in Mexico.
And John, gone are the days of you having to push around that video conferencing cart too, or Martin, right? I mean, I remember those days.
I was that guy.
Yeah. I was that guy too. And it's, the fact that it's in every classroom now, you don't have to worry about that, which is the best part of this.
Yeah, so amazing. That is great. I definitely want to join you for Shark Week. We have a great question, and this is a very particular type of challenge, but it's also an opportunity too. I'll just throw this out, and whoever wants to answer, we'll bring in everyone. But how are you including young students with disabilities, or blind students, or hard of hearing students? Obviously, they bring with them unique challenges, but there's also kind of unique opportunities to be able to use this platform to help engage them. What are things you're seeing? We'll go to Ellie first.
Yeah, so we've actually used sign interpreters during some of our town hall forums. And then there's also the closed captioning feature, which can be used as well, which I think is actually good to use no matter what audience you have, because it reinforces what's happening audio through that closed captioning effort. So I think it's kind of a cool feature to use no matter what, and then also creates more accessibility. But you really have to know your audience. And so the one thing I would say is you want to know who's in your Zoom room, and then know what accommodations need to be made from there. But it has been a big challenge, I know, and it's something that we've worked a little bit with a group out of New York called Ramapo for Children, and they've been working with us on helping those of our programs that have gone virtual best serve their students with disabilities in that space. So I don't know all the ins and outs. I know there are experts in that field, but those are two ways that the closed captioning and the sign language interpretation are two ways we've done.
That's great. Thank you. Anyone else want to share some experiences from your Brian?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we did an amazing webinar almost a year ago with Zoom with a partner of ours called Deaf Kids Code. And we had on that program the founder, Shireen Hafiz, myself, and then we had an interpreter the entire session. And this was being marketed and shared out to teach children and teachers that were deaf or hard of hearing the ability to learn how to code through this experience. But the other big piece is for us is, the ability to have the tangibility into their learning. And, now that we offer a digital virtual product, we know that we have a population of students that might not always be able to experience that level of product because of, screen reader issues or experiences that they're having that the system would need to accommodate. So having a physical robot to be able to have them code is a really big piece of that, and allows them to listen and then allows them to go in and code through that experience. And we have a number of different partners that have created solutions for those students that have those learning differences, where, screen reading programs and add-ons that can be put onto the product so they can experience that. But, from a content creator and hardware creation side, we think of that actively in all that we do, because we are trying to accommodate all students to be able to learn coding and robotics.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you so much. We have another question. We're coming up against time here, but this is a good one, and this is coming up in different ways asked in the chat. But the teachers are feeling, this is an understatement, very overwhelmed with what is expected of them in such little time. And for teachers in the United States, this is changing. Like 3 weeks ago, we had a lot of teachers that were planning for hybrid learning, and now they're switching to an entirely remote learning fall. And so in the midst of all this, we have very little time to help invest in their professional development. What specific advice would you give to districts and to schools to help support their teachers with transitioning to this type of instruction or work that can be done through interactive video conferencing?
I'll jump in and start. And I mean, for those teachers that are starting, start small, right? I mean, just become acquainted and familiar with the platform and do it piece by piece and find ways that, other people are doing it. So stay connected on social media, follow, Zoom's, Twitter hashtag, and follow Zoom's account, and, look for other teachers that are doing this and connect. The other pieces for districts is look for partners that are already doing a lot of this stuff that can help augment some of that training and what they're doing. And especially in having to teach, some of the core curricular items. And there's a lot of great content partners that are out there that are utilizing video conferencing and can help teachers get onboarded. For us at Wonder Workshop, that's really one of the big pieces is how do you teach coding and robotics, something that was so physical and needed to be in a room for a library, makerspace, or classroom, and how do you move that into a virtual environment and get them to be able to learn? So, connecting with, partners like ourselves or others that are out there that are doing similar, they can really begin to help you understand that. And then also look for consultants and things of people that are doing this actively in the world. So, reaching out to a community of consultants, and there's lots of them on social media that you can connect with and reach out and ask and say, what kind of training do you offer? And the beauty of being able to do this virtually is you can train many people at once and not pay the same costs that you would normally of having to bring someone in to do the physical instruction. So, you can train an entire school of people over video if you wanted to now. So start small and look to experts in the field that you can connect with, and they can point you in the right direction as well, would be my tips.
That's great. Thanks, Brian. I know that's our last question. We ran out of time. I'll just give one other sort of piece of advice that came from an earlier panel too, which is don't expect every single teacher to become a sort of a Zoom superstar. Like even before, as we were in the green room waiting for our panel, it can be nerve-wracking. And some teachers are going to be great at doing the instruction, and other teachers are going to be great on the one-on-one connecting with them as a tutor, as a mentor, or in a more sort of one-on-one type of environment. So go work with your teacher's strengths and help, again, as that experience building it into it. So I just want to thank Martin, Dr. Lee, Brian, Ellie, so much for not just joining us today, but for the incredible way you are serving kids during this unprecedented time with these unprecedented challenges. We're grateful for you, grateful for the time you spent with us today. I'm going to turn it over back to Ann now, and hope everyone has a great rest of their day.
Thank you, John. That was, again, an amazing panel. And thank you to Ellie, to Sharon, to Martin, and all the rest of our panelists. I just absolutely love the fact that you were able to have Brian, especially. I mean, you had so many great examples, and all of you did. And I love the fact that you brought, your videos and your examples forward. There's nothing like seeing the visuals, right? And so just so you know from our audience, and by the way, we have over 54 countries represented here, and tens of thousands of participants. Overall, I think we've had about 90,000 registrations. And so some of you are joining today. I know some of you are joining us tomorrow, but this has just been fantastic. And so you will hear more from Zoom. We will do more webinars. We will do webinars and with our partners, whatever we can do to help you, improve your student engagement, improve the student experience. We are going to continue to partner with the education community globally. So stay tuned. And we're going to go to a break in a minute, but I just wanted to tell you what's happening after the break. After the break, we're going to come back and we have assembled some of my colleagues from Zoom. And so we're going to talk about how are we enhancing our products? How are we communicating with our larger community? How are we enhancing our products and tools for security and privacy for students? So there's a lot more to be shared. And also at the very end, talk about sharing. We have had a visual artist, Karina, who's been behind the scenes creating, capturing the key topics. So you'll have a visual representation of the key topics from today. So be sure to stay for that. And then tomorrow, of course, you get to go back to school. You get to earn your badge. And so we have assessments that will help you understand, your learning of Zoom. And all of this is recorded. So if you want to take it over and over again, you want to share it with some of your colleagues, it will be available to you. And again, you can earn your Zoom badge. And then in the afternoon tomorrow, we have electives from some of our partners who are going to show you how to use different tools and technology in your classroom with Zoom. So we're going to go to a break now. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. So please stay tuned. Go live. Welcome back. We are about to embark on our last panel, and this panel is all about Zoom's commitment to education. But before we get started, I just wanted to share with you that today's events will have been live recorded or being recorded and will be available on our Zoom Academy website. So like you have been doing, or if you've just joined us, there is a chat within the Zoom Academy where you can ask us questions, and we'll take questions at the end. And then also, I just wanted to remind you that tomorrow we have a full day of training. In the morning, we have 3 training tracks. We have one dedicated to educators, teachers. We have another one dedicated to school leaders and staff. And then also one dedicated for IT administrators, Zoom administrators. So, and after that training, actually, you can earn your assessment. You can take an assessment and earn your Zoom badge. And then in the afternoon, we will have more electives that are being offered by some of our partners that teach you how to use some of their tools and technology in the classroom. So very hands-on. So allow me to introduce my colleagues, and we will get on with the last panel for the day. Okay. Let's see, Jason, Tane, and Jenny. Okay, let me introduce my colleagues here. We have Jason Lee, who is the Chief Internet Security Officer, also known as a CISO. We have Jenny Lee, not related to Jason, and she is our Associate General Counsel who focuses on privacy. And we have Tane Barzos, who is our Education Product Lead. And welcome, and thank you for joining us today. So I thought we would start with just a little question for each of you, and then we'll get into privacy and security. And the reason we're going to start there is because it is top of mind of everybody. It's top of mind of Zoom. And so we really want to let you know how much we are doing in that area. So Jenny, you've been at Zoom for how many months now?
For 2 months, and it seems like years, but in a good way.
Yes.
So yeah.
What do you best like about the Zoom culture?
I like that people just are really enjoy their jobs, even as hard as we're working. People are still smiling and joking and having fun, even though it's a little stressful.
And Jason, how about you?
One of the exciting things, I mean, I'm talking about security today. So I've been here for about a month. One of the exciting things that I like about the culture is I really saw Eric and the leadership team, with all the security being in the news, take what I call a learner's mindset. And they really learn and took in everybody's feedback around, you know, what was going well, what wasn't going well, and really leaned in. I mean, the whole company leaned in on security when it started going in the news. And I loved that. I was so excited, and I wanted to become a part of that. I like somebody that keeps thinking about new things and adapting and really taking that feedback and moving forward. So that was really cool.
That's great. And Tane, how about you? What do you like? You've been here, what, 6 weeks?
About 6 weeks now, yeah. So as everyone can tell, we're a fairly fresh crew here. But I love that people here are so committed to what they're doing, and I just love that they have so much passion for it. They really enjoy their jobs, and they're doing what they do because they really feel it matters. And it's so important to have a sense of purpose at work and to know that, yeah, we're doing something that can potentially help millions of people around the world. So it's a fantastic feeling, and it's something that's really shared throughout the culture here. I love it.
That's great. And I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ann Keene. I'm the Global Education Lead for Zoom, and I have been here about 6 weeks. So I think what you can tell is that Zoom is growing, and we are really focusing on education as a vertical. So we're going to share some of those things with you today. And I'd like to kick it off with Jason. You know, security is so vitally important to us, and we have spent 90 days plus, and it's, as our Eric, our founder and CEO, says, it's not stopping after the 90 days. Security is always going to be top of mind. So I would love for you to share with us what we've done over the last 90 days, and then how are we going forward to make sure that this is the most secure product out there.
Sure, great. I'll do a quick introduction, a little bit about my background. So I am the new CISO here. I've been here about a month. Previously, I worked at Salesforce. Before that at Microsoft. one thing, one area that I wanted to highlight of my experience is that for a couple of years, I was in charge of the Xbox Live security services. And so I do really understand what it means to protect our children and protect the youth around working on the internet, and had a heavy involvement in how do I reduce, child exploitation. And so these are super critical issues for me, very important. And I'm super happy to bring my experiences here. So what I have presented for you today that I was going to walk through a little bit is really is our 90-day story. So I talked a little bit about in the introduction, it was, there was in the news about March timeframe when COVID was really heating up, there was some news about security and security issues in Zoom. And so I really want to talk about, I mentioned the learner mindset. I want to talk about what we did in those 90 days, what we're going to do. And I want to talk to you about how important areas and industries are using Zoom, and to give you a couple examples there. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about is the whole company, essentially, as part of this 90-day plan, the whole company shut down and stopped working on any new product features and really went to focus in on security. Over 90 days, they put in 100 new features, things like being able to report a user if there's a meeting disruption, to be able to put in that end-to-end encryption in place. 100 features is an incredible amount of effort. And I was so excited to see the company really lean in on that. And it really shows, like, when the company runs into these areas of issues, we really lean in and take all that feedback and really build and learn from that. Some of the other things that we've done is we've also wanted to make sure that we bring in world-class consultants and people that are able to do third-party reviews. I'm a big believer in somebody kind of checking our homework and making sure that we're doing everything correctly. And so we did multiple comprehensive third-party reviews that have really looked into how we're operating, how we're running, how we're developing our product. Another one was we're preparing a transparency report. This isn't out yet, but this is really a lot of people were really curious and were really concerned about, law enforcement requests. Who are they accessing information on? What are they asking for? So we did put a framework and a policy out there that we share around how we're going to handle those. And we're also going to provide the report of, what those requests are and what they were looking for. So that I'm very excited about being able to show that and show in a transparent manner, what's going on that side. Another area was a bug bounty program. And you're probably thinking, what in the world is a bug bounty program? So there's this notion of where there's security researchers out there that are looking for vulnerabilities in products. A bug bounty program is where a security researcher, if they were to find an issue with Zoom, they would report it to us. And there's actually, based on the type of level of vulnerability they find, there's a payment. And so there's a whole researcher partnership that we have out there that we really invested a lot in, and to be able to be more proactive in finding and paying for finding vulnerabilities. I really like that we're extending that out and leveraging the security research community to help our product be more secure. One of the most important things we did was we launched a CISO council. So what that is people that have my job that are accountable for security for their companies or organizations. We've got these councils. There's actually an education vertical where we've got CISOs from school districts, from universities, and kind of all areas in the educational space. And I meet with them on a monthly basis and hear what are the concerns, what are the things that you're worried about, and really put that into the product and make sure that it's secure and that everybody can use it and it's easy to use. The other thing is I mentioned there's security researchers outside. we've also hired some of the best in the world researching companies that really focus in on that. We brought them in to also look into our code and look into the product to make sure that we're doing all the things that we should be, and understanding and giving us kind of insights into other vulnerabilities so that we can be proactive before anybody could find those vulnerabilities. The last thing we've done is we had this thing, I think it was my second day in the company, which was the last day, which was Eric asked me anything about security, and we walked through this, and he'd had these weekly webinars that was just dedicated to security. This is something that we're actually going to keep doing, and this is something that from a monthly basis we're going to be having these webinars and showing what we're doing, what are the new features that we're going to be coming out with. So very exciting. And the other thing is while this was the 90-day plan, we're still planning on growing, and my job is to continue on the journey of improving security in our products. So this is really just the start, and we're going to really keep going. The other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is I do hear that another thing that I wanted to share about me is I have a 9-year-old and 12-year-old. So I have a child in elementary and then middle school, and they did have meeting disruptions. And I was concerned about that. And I did see that in the news. What we found is that with this 90-day security program and all this investment in security, there's incredible things that Zoom is being entrusted for. Like, for example, in the news, the Florida court system is now doing its first grand jury trial, actually using Zoom. If they can trust it in the legal space for its security, I mean, that's incredible. Another thing is like the banks. There's a lot of banks that we have onboarded, and believe me, like the amount of rigor and security review they do when they bring on new products is incredible. So they like poked and prodded and looked for all kinds of interesting, like, what are all the security issues? And they've all onboarded. Like where we keep every day, there's like new, bigger and bigger banks. And so very excited about that. Also in the healthcare space, there's, believe it or not, telemedicine. Like when I heard about this scenario was like right now you can actually see your doctor and talk to them via Zoom calls, because a lot of our healthcare providers are now using Zoom. So I'm very excited. I'm very confident in the level of security. And I look forward to the partnership with your CISOs, and my job is really to help keep improving security. So I really thank you for the time. I really want to make sure that all of you educators are empowered with the right tools and education to make it a safe and fun experience. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason. That's fantastic. Ginny, some would say, okay, Jason, sure, the banks are using it and the hospitals and the Supreme Court, but when it comes to children, there are different guidelines. And so that's where you come in, right? And to really help us with the policies about how to engage with children in an educational environment. So can you tell us a little bit about what you've been working on and the rigor that we have gone through to enhance our privacy statements, and also I know you're going to share with us what Common Sense Media just put out some rankings.
Yes, thank you, Anne. So I also want to tell you a little bit about my background as well too. I most recently was working for an ed tech company. So I do understand the privacy implications and the privacy issues that you all are looking at. But even further back in my career, I've worked for Yahoo, Intel, and Disney. And so looking at children's issues overall in the privacy space. So unfortunately, my children are grown, but I still, I am so respectful for all of you who are teaching out there and trying to figure out how to do this online and distance learning. So any way that we can help you is great.
That's great. I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second and let everybody know, our attendees, that if you go to the Zoom Academy, the live chat there is where you can submit your questions. Okay. Jenny, please share with us the hard work that your team has been doing.
Absolutely. Thanks, Anne. So many of you probably know Common Sense, and they evaluate popular ed tech tools, and they use a range of legal requirements and best practices in the data privacy space. And they focus primarily on safety, privacy, security, and compliance. They have a program called the Common Sense Privacy Program, where they evaluate the privacy policies of these ed tech tools, and then they assign a privacy rating. They most recently did a review of video conferencing tools and did it under their distance learning apps banner. And Zoom Education came out achieving a passing rate of 88% that we're very proud of. And most of the reason for that is that we've segregated our education accounts and created a Zoom for Education, and really focused on providing a solution for schools and school districts, for teachers to use, and to safely allow children to be on the platform by creating an environment that's more suitable for them.
That's great. Okay. This next one, you're going to give an example? Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I mean, one of the reasons why they were so excited about giving us a passing rate on this was that we have a separate privacy statement that is for our Zoom education. And it breaks down the different roles of how we see this particular account being used, from the school subscriber who purchases the account, to the administrator who's administrating it for either the school district or for the school. And then how do teachers and principals and educators, how are they the account users and bring students in, which is really important. And having a privacy statement that outlines these different roles for you will help you to also, you know, if you're trying to persuade your district to use our tools as well, gives them a little bit of peace of mind about how we view privacy, and also how we view our compliance with FERPA and other privacy related laws too.
Yeah, we from the earlier panel, we heard a lot from Chicago Public School System, from Miami-Dade, from Los Angeles. So like New York, we have a lot of very large public school systems that have really put us through a lot of rigor to make sure that we are secure and that we have great privacy policies for their school districts. So this is fantastic.
Yeah. And that's what I did want to point out too. I mean, many of you are in school districts and in states where you have a requirement for student privacy laws and requirement for having data sharing agreements with your ed tech providers. We are absolutely working on those. And one great example is with the New York State Education Department, where they're actually putting together a model data sharing agreement that we've been giving them input on. And we're also working to figure out and strategize with them, how do we put these different agreements in place with all of the different school districts in New York. And there are other states that we're also looking at doing this with as well.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. So Tane, you've been very busy. I know you and I have been on a lot of calls together. And if it weren't for the pandemic, I think we would have been on a lot of campuses and a lot of visiting a lot of school districts. But luckily, through our Zoom platform, we have been able to visit with many more people than we could possibly have done before. And so we have been doing a lot of listening and a lot of learning on what not only what K-12 educators and school leaders are looking for, but also higher education and actually lifelong learning, because this is really a lifelong learning platform. So can you share with us some of your insights and observations? And though Jason did say we had halted all our development work to focus on security, it doesn't mean that we weren't planning. We weren't doing a lot of behind scenes work to hit the ground running with all kinds of new features that are going to come out, you know, in August. I know we got a couple releases in August, but anyway, I'm going to let you talk.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Ann. And you're absolutely right. You know, certainly I've had my work cut out for me, and really just kind of coming out of the starting gate high speed with a fresh and just really energetic focus on education, which is great. We have a lot of things cooking, and we've been working on a really comprehensive roadmap. And as Ann said, doing a lot of listening to K through 12, listening to higher education, talking with clients on one-on-one, really you name it. And that's why we're here. Quickly, just briefly, my background, I've been working in education as well as technology for about 15 years right now. Those are two areas intertwined that really matter a lot to me. I'm an educator and a technologist by heart, and the opportunity to move to Zoom and have a global impact is incredibly exciting. That's why I'm here, and I see it as my job to help turn Zoom into a platform that can really empower educators. And I think that's why we're all here on some level. So I'm going to go ahead and share out my screen. Oops. Wrong share, sorry. There we go. All right. So what I want to talk about first are the pillars of product development. And these are what we're looking at when we're considering moving forward with new products and new features in Zoom, because we really want to make sure that we have a really strong North Star or set of North Stars to focus on while we're doing this. And again, this is all coming from conversations with every single one of you, the educators across the board. So our first pillar, and I really think the most important one right now, is this idea of engagement. Over the last few months, every educator has been thrust into a mode where they're doing emergency online teaching. Now, we at Zoom are incredibly happy to be able to deliver a platform that you can use to engage in this teaching. What we would like to do is help you move this further. So as you transition from this idea of, oh my gosh, emergency teaching to how can we engage in true online and hybrid education, we want to be here to work with you to develop tools to make it as good as possible, to ideally make it as good as the in-person experience, and potentially find ways to even improve on that. What can we do digitally that maybe wouldn't have even been possible in person? And it's definitely an ambitious goal, but it's what we're looking at, so we can really develop something with excellence. You know, we understand that education isn't just sage on a stage or one to many, right? It's very easy to have a video conference and there's one teacher and there's 25 or 30 students and it's one way. We know that we need to look at those different modalities, the different learning styles, and stay in constant communication with educators to make sure that we can build a tool that allows for that back and forth. We need to look very closely at things like breakout rooms that really lend themselves to really powerful student engagement, the potential uses of chat, ways to share files, and different methods that we can ensure so that teachers and students can work together to create a co-learning environment. The second piece that we have here is the ecosystem. This transition to online teaching has had a lot of cognitive costs. Educators and students need to switch from application to application. You're in Zoom, you're in Moodle, you're in Canvas, you're in Schoology, you're in Google Classroom. It's really important to work towards creating seamless experiences and connections between the platforms and the tools that you need, because no one's ever going to exist in just one area. But if we can become that core synchronous tool that's connected with other tools, asynchronous, interactive, whatever they are, it can help you do your jobs, and it can help you really focus on what you need to do, which is teach and develop those lessons and help create that engaging environment that we've been talking about. And keep students from having tool fatigue when they're looking at a computer for N hours per day. Assessment. It's a new world for testing and assessment. I think about my son, he's 10 years old. You know, the end of year standardized testing was essentially just completely canceled. And so the question is, how can Zoom help in offering tools that can build on the traditional quizzing and assessment and potentially offer new styles of assessment? You know, this goes beyond things like simply advancing quizzes, adding new types of questions, short answer, long answer, etc. And it also goes beyond assessment tools like attention tracking, watching students with cameras to make sure that they're being honest, right? We'd like to go beyond that. How can we help facilitate students in the use of research and critical thinking? How can we help you engage them in those assessments and really take in that information and use it seamlessly and move it directly into a learning management system? Instructor and student flexibility and controls. We need to ensure that you can customize your courses and students can see what they need to see. This is everything from where you place students virtually to moderating chat. Students need access to what they need when they need it, and so do you educators. So we look very closely at the user interface and your workflows. Maybe we create a type of teacher's desk. We want to create a virtual classroom in a way that can be optimized, customized, and it can be accessed. And then finally, speaking to our points before, security and accessibility. Security is a constant and continual focus, and it means a lot to us because we're taking care of students and keeping people safe. And accessibility is another incredibly important pillar. We need to make sure that students and instructors across all physical and socioeconomic opportunities and boundaries can engage with the materials that they need. And what does this say? This feeds into a number of different areas. Number one, we look at Zoom rooms. We want to make sure Zoom rooms can do everything that the client can do and enhance them to do even more, enhancing whiteboards, engaging people. Audiovisual accessibility and customization. Again, can we make the classroom appear in a way that is going to be meaningful for students, and we ensure that everybody can, in fact, access that classroom. Chat and file management. We keep the information flowing synchronously and asynchronously, and we're able to do things like give assignments, turn in assignments, distribute materials to students. Rich breakout room enhancements. Breakout rooms are our #1 focus right now. They're incredibly critical to engaging learners. We want to take those to the next level, and we plan to take those on the next level in our roadmaps. User interface improvements for engagement. Who's raising their hand? Who's having some difficulty? Who needs it to go faster? Who is absolutely just dying to say something? And maybe who's checked out a little bit? How can we better determine that in the classroom? A focus on assessment and proctoring. And again, this is everything from enhancing quizzes in Zoom to how it connects with learning management systems to how can we hold live tests and assessments. Flexible annotation and interactive components. Again, other ways to get people involved. Let's draw together. Let's learn together. Let's interact together. Deep integrations with learning management systems. We want to ensure that you can do what you need to do online and offline, and ensure that we have a very strong connection between those environments. And then finally, there's one more that's incredibly strong, and it's a dedication to Chrome. And this is something I want to take a moment and talk about. So here at Zoom, we understand that being able, for students to be able to access what they need to access on a Chrome device, on a very low cost laptop device, is absolutely critical for accessibility. It's critical in the schools, and it's critical out of schools. And here's where we stand right now. So the Google Chrome apps, the Chrome Store Zoom app via Google and their App Store will remain available and active until June 2021. Educational institutions will have the same access as always. So right now, the Chrome app that you have that runs on Chromebooks, you're going to have it for the rest of your school year. That said, Zoom is actively working to ensure that a brand new full-featured Chrome solution with features such as breakout rooms, you name it, will be available well before that June 2021 end of support date. So there's not going to be a scramble, right? It's not going to be May 2021. It's going to be before that. We're partnering with Google engineers, and we're doing some great work towards that. We're 100% committed to supporting and accelerating that educational experience for Chrome users. We understand how important that is for accessibility and education across the board. So it looks like we have a few minutes left here, certainly. Anne?
You want to share some tips? Pick your 3 favorite tips. One of the things Tane and I have had a conversation about is that there are so many things that Zoom does that people don't know, and which is why tomorrow we're doing a thorough 3-hour training for just dedicated to teachers, one track. Another track is going to be for school administrators, and also another track is going to be for IT professionals and Zoom administrators. And we've partnered with Arizona Prep Digital, who is a total online digital academy, and their teachers are working with our trainers to really contextualize the training tomorrow. So give you some really good examples. But Tane, did you want to give a couple of your top tips away today?
Absolutely. I'll go through a few of those. So you should see that share again. User interface practices, simple but easy. Always keep your participant window open. That way you can see everybody who's in your class. You can also see who's raised their hands, and it gives you some control over muting audio and video. Real simple tip. Lots of people may do this already, but that participant window is fantastic. The security icon, fantastic addition that came as part of our security push. It allows you to do a lot of great things. You can lock the meeting and keep other people from coming in. You can enable that waiting room. You can allow or disallow things like screen share, chat, people renaming themselves and unmuting themselves. So there's a lot you can do there to ensure that you can really proctor your class. Determine how your sharing is going to work before class. Just give that a little bit of thought. Will your students be allowed to annotate or just the instructor? Right now, you can actually disable annotation and sharing for the whole class, or you can enable it completely and you just tell people as part of your class flow, hey, you know, you're going to need to wait your turn. And there's actually a feature, and if you don't know about it, you can actually see the names of the people who annotate. So what you can see here, this is when I've shared a whiteboard out. If I click on this more, if I go down a little bit, right now it's saying hide the names of annotators. I could also say share the names of the annotators. So if you open up your annotation to 20 students, you can actually see who's typing and what they're doing. So kind of a cool thing to have there. If you want the class to not see that big gallery view, let's say that you want them to focus on you, or maybe even someone's goofing off, there is a setting called Spotlight My Video. You click on the 3 dots, you say Spotlight, it makes you front and center. You're not the only thing people see, but mostly the only thing that people see, and it's a great way to sort of resume focus in your class. So spotlight that video, try it out. Some user interface practices, you can actually dock, you can have your chat and your participant window just attached to the side of your main window. Again, it's a really great way to set up something of a teacher's desktop for yourself. And also when you do that, if you look at the bottom of your chat window, these 3 dots here, it allows you to define who can chat with whom. So you can say, I want people to be able to chat with no one, just the host, everybody publicly, and everybody publicly and privately. So if you're doing some work around chat and you're trying to get some question and answers from people, this will help you control that flow a little bit more. Nonverbal feedback, really great. Again, that's at the bottom of that participant window. Another great reason to always keep it open. A number of things pop up. Now there's a raise hand feature, at least right now. And I'm just saying for right now in this version, raise hand is the only one that will actually appear in the student's video tile. You'll see a little blue hand pop up. If you're looking at the participant pane where you have the listed people, the yes, no, go slower, go faster, and some other options will pop up. But if you're able to keep an eye on that, you can read that room a little bit more with your students, and that's going to help you understand what's happening. If this doesn't appear down there, you need to turn it on in your web interface, so your school.zoom.us, and there's a setting called nonverbal feedback. You click that on, and then people can send those to you. Really fun hack, and I like this one a lot actually. So right now, polls in Zoom are fairly simple. We are certainly looking at accelerating those for our roadmap, but right now you can either do multiple choice or just single answer. So you can either choose one out of a list or you can choose more than one out of a list. A really great tip is that you can create some generic polls on your own, sort of templates in a way. You can preset them, attach them to your meetings, and you can use them over and over again. So in this example, I called this one A through D multiple choice. I said A, B, C, D, and E. People can only answer one. So what I can do is when I create this poll in that web backend, there's a place where I can say save as a meeting template. So let's say I create my meeting. It's Mr. Barzo's class 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I add a poll, and now I want to save this as a template. What I can do is I can name it, I can save it, and then whenever I create a new meeting, I can use that as the basis for the next meeting. So let's say I create 5 polls. One just gives me true, false. One gives me A through D. One gives me yes and no. That will always be attached to those. So if I ask a question in the middle of my class, I can say, all right, class, here's a question. Here's A, B, C, and D, A through D. Go ahead and click on the ones that you think are right. You'll always have those attached as long as you create that template and move forward, and that's going to give you a little bit more interaction in your class. So just kind of a fun tip there. If you're going to share your screen, if you're going to do it with video and sound, there are options specifically for sharing your computer sound as well as optimizing it for a video clip. Remember to look for those. Those are going to make that experience a lot better. So you can see, so you can hear, you have a better frame rate. It's not as choppy. There's also a cool feature where under advanced, where you can actually just say music or computer sound only. So you could just share some sound, some music. You could have it playing in the background while the students are doing something. They still see you and what you are doing. So kind of a nice way, again, to run the class and add some extra flavor there. And there are a lot of features. I urge you to take a look at these where you can mute people, allow people to unmute themselves. You can enable the waiting room. This is actually at the bottom of that participant pane. There's a new feature coming where basically You can unmute the entire class, and right now you have to ask them to unmute themselves for security purposes. You can't just go in and unmute people because there might be something happening from a privacy level they don't want you to hear. But now there's going to be an option when they enter the meeting, the students, or in fact the parents, somebody who can make legal decisions for them, they get a question that says, allow the host to unmute you in any meeting scheduled by, and Simon's a person I was working with, shout out to Simon. But then if they say allow, you as a teacher are now allowed to unmute them. If they say don't allow, you need to request that. So that's something to look at for the next version that's coming out. And then finally, a couple last tips here. Keep it active, polls and questions with frequent question and answer. Define the rules and expectations in your class and who can share, annotate, and present when. Frequent breaks and activities outside of straight lecture. If you're comfortable, have an active chat channel. When you have people in breakout rooms, there's a join link, so you can pop into the breakout rooms and see how students are doing. And there's a broadcast button that allows you to broadcast messages to all the breakout rooms, great for communication. When students are in the waiting room, you can use chat to actually send messages into the waiting room. What I would say is also practice screen sharing and annotation with and without sound with some of your colleagues, so you have a good feel for it before you go into the classroom. And then finally, try to be consistent with how and where you share your Zoom links to your class. I've seen a lot of instructors, sometimes it'll be in the activity feed in Google Classroom, sometimes it'll be in an email, sometimes it'll be in one or two different places. Try to be consistent with that so students always know how to join the meeting and they don't need to go to too many places. It reduces that fatigue and it creates that sense of comfort. And that's all I have. I'll toss it back to you, Anne.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I know we could talk all day about the many, many features that Zoom has to really help with student engagement and also to improve the learning experience, as well as security and privacy. So just a little bit more about, I wanted to share with you, the audience, some of our plans to grow our commitment and our I should say, our engagement with the education community. So we will be having more webinars. I know one of the biggest things we've been asked is, can you have a webinar for parents? Since parents have become, well, parents are often the first teacher, but they're also the de facto teacher in remote learning. So yes, we will be doing some more webinars on all kinds of topics, as well as partnering more, not only with our education partners, not only helping think about how can we tighten up the integration so that some of the feature functionality and interoperability is better, but also how do we engage in more webinars to really help you with your being prepared for your classroom and for better teaching practices in both a remote and blended way. We will be doing roundtables, not only for teachers, but also for school leaders and for IT professionals. We will also be engaging in other ways too. We're going to roll out a certification program. So we'll be designing that in the months to come. And let me think, Tama, am I forgetting anything? Oh, we are also growing as a company. And like everybody else, we've been stretched thin with the pandemic, but we have been hiring like crazy, not only in every single part of our company. And so hiring more in sales support, more in customer support, our billing. So we really are hiring some very quality people at a very high rate to really service our community, our user community, and to continue to develop our products and services. So stay tuned for that. There are a couple questions that I'm going to direct to that we have in the chat group, and I think we have 2 minutes for questions. So Ginny, real quick, I'm going to send one over to you. Does the free version for schools that is currently through the end of the year, which actually it's the end of the school year, also include the education privacy policies?
The free version, since it's not an education account, it would be our regular privacy statement. But take a look at that because there are differences. So.
Yeah. Okay. And can we track the level of student engagement to ensure online instructors facilitate responses from all students instead of moving on to students who need little wait time to respond?
Well, I know that the tracking has been a little controversial, and I know that we've done some pause on that. Tane, I don't know if you know more about where we are on a product standpoint with that.
Sure. So I don't have a lot of information. When I came in, that was still on pause. So I'm doing some discovery in that area because there's certainly potential in the area of proctoring, but we also want to ensure that we're, being very careful from a security and privacy standpoint with that feature. So we're working to review that.
Okay, Jason, the next question is going to come to you. So you might want to go off mute. There you go. Okay. Can security features be changed during the meeting? That might be Tane. Or you, or whoever wants to answer that.
You can change certain security features. All the features that are on that security icon, those are live in the meeting. So you can prevent people from coming in, you can mute individuals, and those sorts of things. So those are live right there, and that's exactly why we put them there, so you can have that granular control.
Okay, Jason, the next one definitely is for you. Will there be regularly scheduled free webinars on security updates and product enhancements offered to Zoom users in the coming months?
Absolutely. I mean, I talked about the Eric Ask Me Anything. We have an ongoing monthly webinar that will be continually talking about what our future products are going to be and what I've been doing behind the scenes as well in security.
Yeah. And also those Ask Eric Anything webinars are on our home Zoom homepage. So that you can, our website, I should say, so you can go and listen to those. So this next one actually is for you too, Jason. So how do you bust the myths that, with so many large school districts using Zoom, some of our school district is saying that Zoom is not secure enough. So is this a myth, and how do we move people who aren't aware of what Zoom has done to enhance, to allow us to use Zoom, which is our preferred choice?
Sure. A couple things on that. One is I would, for folks that are learning about what we've done in security, I would point them to the same place where we talk about all the security features and functionality. Another thing that happened was, Zoom was really built initially for enterprises and having it like an IT administrator. And with the explosive growth and COVID, we've really gone to consumers. And so one thing that we learned was we need to educate more around what all those security features are. So like when we think about, was in the news Zoom bombing, there was a lot of people that weren't using our waiting room feature or the passcode feature. And so that part of it is an education around, here is all the security controls. And some of these we're actually going to be making by default so that every meeting has those. So it's definitely both sides, but we've done a ton of investments. We've done a ton of education. I think both of those really come together to really kind of dispel that. And then I also walked through several of the industries. I mean, a grand jury, the first remote grand jury meeting was on Zoom. I mean, that's just incredible. Like the trust that everybody's putting us, banks, telemedicine. I went through several of those examples. It's just, and they do very, very deep reviews of our security. So I am confident that we have a good story around security.
Great, thank you. Tane, a couple for you. Does the poll track what students participate and answer?
Let's see, right now the poll is tracking. If you write the poll back to the web backend, you can see who answered what for which particular poll. So that is possible.
Okay, and it says, Tane, I know there is a whiteboard feature, but can we upload a document and write on it?
So yeah, so right now what you can do is any share that you have. So if I share a document, it could be, say something in the humanities, it's a piece of artwork. I can share that out. I can then annotate that document. I can write over it. My students can write over it. You can then save that out as a PDF or a PNG, I believe, and then you can move on to the next document. So you're able to really annotate anything that is a screen share.
Okay, and then does Zoom for Education have closed captions that don't require a live translator?
Coming soon.
Yeah, coming real soon.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned. Okay, we are just about out of time, and I want to thank you very much for joining us and for joining the whole day, actually. for all of you who have stayed with us the whole day. And again, this is being recorded, and you can go back and you can share it. You can, re-listen to it. And so we're going to end with a video clip of some of the major key points. So that you can share out too if you'd like to. It's a very visual way of doing it. And then don't forget, tomorrow we have live training. So it's back to school for teachers, for school leaders, for IT professionals. And we look forward to seeing you then. And don't forget to come back to the Zoom Academy site, because we have different chat groups for whoever you associate with, whether you're a teacher or you're an administrator or IT person. We also have chats with our panelists, and we have a resource center. So these slides from our panelists today will go in the resource center, so you can share there. Okay, thank you everybody. And over to our visual artist who has captured the day. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
you.